35, so we can start this public inquiry. Can I first ask, actually, that if everybody that can they put their videos on and their microphones, just so we can see check things working properly, and Graham's been checking. Can I first ask, actually, if everybody signal if you can put their videos on and their microphones, just so we can see check things working properly, and Graham's been checking. Actually, signal videos on. There's in me speaking and it coming back through, so I think that we might need to watch that as the morning goes on, because obviously signal me speaking and it coming back through. So I think that we might need to watch that as the morning. Yeah, that's going to be a problem, I think. So I think now just turn off your mics because obviously there's quite a lot of feedback. Yeah, that's going to be a problem, I think. So I think now just turn off your mics because obviously there's quite a lot of feedback. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. It's all right. If it seems to be okay if only one person is speaking, but as soon as there's more mics on, there's obviously quite a long delay for me speaking. Are you catching me in sync with the video?
I think it's okay now. Sorry, I'm trying to work two computers here. I'm moving a mouse and it doesn't move on this screen, it moves on the other screen.
Right, okay.
So I think it looks okay now.
Right, okay, as long as it's in sync, that'll be a bit easier. Right, okay, we've got some of that technical stuff out the way. So welcome to the inquiry in relation to the application by RWE Renewables UK Developments Limited for consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and a direction under Section 57(2) of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 for the construction and operation of a 13-turbine wind farm with associated infrastructure sited approximately 8 kilometres south of the village of Strathy on the north coast of Sutherland, generally referred to as Strathy Wood. My name is Elspeth Cook and I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, and I've been appointed jointly with my colleague Karen Haywood by Scottish Ministers to consider this application and report our findings and recommendations to them. If I get Karen just to identify herself, that's fine, thank you. As a result of objections to the application from Highland Council, Scottish Ministers decided that an inquiry should be held into the proposal. The objection from Wildland Limited is also being considered through the inquiry, though it did not cause the inquiry to be held. The inquiry will take the form of a number of oral sessions using both formal inquiry and more informal hearing procedures. The main purpose of the inquiry sessions is to make sure we understand the position of parties on each of the specific topics where further evidence was considered necessary. Where there is a dispute, we need to be clear on the reasons for that dispute. That would allow these matters to be clearly set out in our report to Ministers. So could I ask the participants to introduce themselves more formally now, starting with the applicant, Mr. Fraser. Are we having trouble getting?
I am. I'm sorry, ma'am. The large problem I'm having at the moment is I'm hearing you twice over, which is delightful, but makes it very difficult to to follow what's being said, I'm afraid. So I don't know if that's a problem. I'm sorry, ma'am. The large problem I'm having at the moment is I'm hearing you twice over, which is delightful, but makes it very difficult to follow what's being said, I'm afraid. So I don't know if that's a problem. And I have to say, I've just heard myself back actually, which was even, which was.
I don't know if could the other parties nod if they've got the same issue of hearing the speaker twice with a delay?
Ma'am, I just had that with Mr. Fraser, but not with yourself. Your introduction was fine.
Know if they've got the same issue of hearing the speaker twice with a delay.
I just had that with Mr. Fraser, but not with yourself. Your introduction was fine.
Know if they've got the same issue of hearing the speaker twice with a delay. Right, okay. Graham,
I just had that with Mr. Fraser, but not with yourself.
yep, we're not going to be able to keep going with this, Graham. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think if people only got one system open,
Right, okay.
Mr. Fraser, have you got just one system open? Or have you got two?
I think actually thinking about it, I may have a second one because I.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think if people only got one system open. Mr. Fraser, if you've got two systems open, if you close one of them, that might stop the double echo.
Yes, the only trouble is I seem to have lost the system. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I've been juggling. I think what may have happened is I turned on the other link when I was panicking because I couldn't get on at all, just to see if things had started. But I think I've closed that now, so I don't know if that has removed the problem.
Seems a bit better just now for me, anyway.
Good. So sorry, is that all right for everybody else? I do apologise, ma'am. I've demonstrated I'm completely hopeless with technology, but I do apologise. Can I introduce myself? I'm Vincent Fraser, Queen's Counsel. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicants at this inquiry. And do you wish me to introduce my witness at all, ma'am? Are you mute, ma'am? Because I can't hear you.
Yes, if you could just, anybody that's here from your team.
Right, well, Mr. John Mason is here, ma'am, and he will be giving the evidence later this morning in the inquiry session. I also have Mr. Gary McGovern and Miss Emma Reed, both from Pinsent Masons, who are obviously assisting me, ma'am.
Can I just check, is Mr. McGovern coming up as Glasgow BS room? Is that?
He's the gentleman. He's just nodding now, ma'am. Yes.
That's great. And then I would ask Mr. Finlay.
Yes, my name's James Finlay, Queen's Counsel, and I have two representatives from Highland Council in attendance. Gillian Pearson, who's going to be giving evidence, I presume, probably tomorrow, and Simon Heinson, who is observing at the moment, but you'll be hearing from in the hearing sessions.
Right, there's also Mr. Carver has appeared today. Now, obviously, these are other participants who are not actively involved in inquiry session 1, but can you just introduce yourself, Mr. Carver?
Certainly. I'm just dropping in this morning just to put some faces to names and see what's said on the LBI at this point. So I will be playing no active role here. I'm just listening in while I can. I've got various other things in my diary today to just hello everybody. If you'd rather I wasn't here, I can leave. I was just putting names to faces and faces to names.
No, that's absolutely not a problem. Obviously, we were half expecting Mr. Kelly perhaps to join us today, but there's no sign of him appearing in the participants list. So if Mr. Carver's here, obviously you'd maybe be monitoring from.
I believe Ian might be joining us at some point. I was speaking to him earlier, but I can check that with him in the background if you like.
It's fine. Thank you for that. I think we've kind of worked out who everybody is and where what we're going to be doing this morning. We held the pre-inquiry meeting in November 2020 and it set up our procedures for this case. It can be viewed separately on the DPA webcast library. We visited the site on an unaccompanied basis in November last year. This visit included a number of viewpoints, the nearby settlements, a journey along the A836, which is part of the NC 500 tourist route. We may still need to make further visits prior to concluding our report. The inquiry is going to be webcast, as you know, and you can view it at www.dpea.public-i.tv. The video recording of the inquiry will be retained on the website after the application is determined. By taking part in the virtual inquiry, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information contained in them for webcasting and training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, a number of wind farm cases under Section 36 of the Act have been conducted using these forms of virtual proceedings. The lessons learned from that have informed how we are going to carry out this inquiry. We issued a letter to all the parties outlining how we expected the proceedings to take place. This included the inquiry programme and the hearing agendas. For the benefit of those watching, I'll explain briefly the process that's going to be followed for the virtual inquiry. Apart from today, it's anticipated we'll start at 9:30 and run until around 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Participants can usually join the meeting 15 minutes before the start time. We'll make sure we allow an hour for lunch and regular screen breaks to be taken, presumably just around natural breaks in the presentation of evidence or questioning. The witness, however, is expected to remain on screen with their video on for the duration of their evidence giving session, but that would exclude lunch and any formal break. The witness recognitions, inquiry statements and reports and other core documents have already been made available as a memory stick to all parties participating in each session. Can I thank the applicant for managing that particular task? But can I just double check that everybody that's participating received the second memory stick, which I think corrected some technical errors? Simple thumbs up will do. Everybody okay with that? That's fine. It's not expected that we would show any of the documents on the webcast, and parties would be expected just to work from their own electronic devices to access information. Normally, paper copies would be available for the public in the inquiry venue, but as a result of COVID-19 we can't do that, and the Council isn't required to make any alternative arrangements. So instead, any documents the public might want to view are published on the DPA website, and that can be accessed using the reference number WIN-270-12. Parties may require to use smartphones or other communication devices during the inquiry or hearing sessions. This is acceptable, but they shouldn't be audible. And parties are also reminded that the witness, while giving evidence, shouldn't be included in these communications. All teams must adhere to the government guidance on COVID-19 when participating, and when you're operating from a shared office, physical distancing must be maintained, and there should be no close contact or sharing of documents or equipment. If there's any doubt that that advice isn't being followed, we can adjourn the inquiry. An adjournment may also be required if any person takes ill or shows symptoms of COVID-19. If this happens, we will consult parties as soon as possible on how and when to reconvene the inquiry. Temporary breaks may be necessary if we encounter technical difficulties. Hopefully we've got through the worst of that this morning. But a member of staff, as you see, Graham this morning, is present during the virtual process and will try and address any issues that crop up. In all other respects, the inquiry and hearing sessions will follow the same sequence of events that would normally apply. The specific inquiry programme applicable to this case can be viewed on the DPA website. Oh, there's Mr. Kelly coming in. Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Good morning. Thank you. There's obviously some IT problems, but sorted now. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. 2 inquiry and 2 hearing sessions are planned to take place over the next 5 days. Inquiry session 1 on landscape and visual impacts taking place today and tomorrow and may extend into Wednesday if required. and we'll make a decision on that towards the end of the afternoon session on Tuesday. Inquiry session 2 on wildland matters is to take place on Thursday, starting at 9:30, and is expected to take 1 day. The 2 hearing sessions are then programmed for Friday. The policy matters hearing will start at 9:30, expected to take up most of the morning, and the hearing on proposed conditions will start at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. For those watching who are not familiar with the inquiry process, the normal sequence is as follows. The advocate introduces their witness, gives their evidence in chief, drawn from their recognition and any relevant inquiry statement or report. The witness is then cross-examined by the opposing party. The reporters then may ask questions of the witness, and the witness can be asked further questions referred to as re-examination. When the evidence on all topics is concluded, parties will have the opportunity to make a closing submission in writing, and the timescale for this is usually agreed towards the end of the inquiry or hearing sessions. I'm going to come back to that before we finish this introductory session. We've already indicated to the participants that for all the inquiry sessions, the preconditions are taken as read, and therefore they won't need to be read out in part or full by any of the witnesses. It's expected that cross-examination will focus on the essential matters that are in dispute. We may intervene if we consider the questions are straying into matters that don't need to be included in our report. We've also asked that before each witness presents any evidence or at the start of any cross-examination that the main documents to be referenced are identified, and this allows the parties and the reporters a chance to access the documents in advance and can assist in maintaining the flow of the evidence. In contrast, the hearing sessions will be more informal. These are discussions involving all the relevant participants and are chaired by the reporter. An agenda for each session has already been issued and circulated. In addition to the evidence considered through the inquiry and hearing sessions, our report and recommendations to ministers will also consider a range of other matters raised in the consultation responses and written representations submitted to the Energy Consents Unit and to the Council. The details of these can also be viewed on the DPA website. And just as a short update, in terms of closing submissions, I was considering adding a discussion on that matter to the end of the hearing session on policy, when I think all of the main parties would be back participating fully, and it would be after the wildland inquiry session. And I'm wondering if parties are agreeable to adding a time slot on closing submissions to the end of the hearing session on policy. Is that okay? Yep, I'm getting nods from the main participants, thank you. And the other thing I wanted just to alert parties to is at the policy hearing, I'm likely to have a look at some of the removal of woodland policy documents, the Scottish Government policy on woodland removal and the Council's own supplementary guidance on trees and woodland, but only in respect of how it might inform the condition relating to the felling of trees that is to be the subject of the hearing session on conditions. So I just wanted to alert the parties so that they can make sure they've had a look at that beforehand. And so finally, a few housekeeping matters. The use of the microphones is important in a virtual event, as you know, because the recording of sound and video generally switches to the person who's speaking. We're going to try our best to mute the microphone when we're not speaking, as this will minimise the unnecessary interruptions to the webcast that can occur from background noise. Any party, however, is still able to intervene by attracting the attention of the reporters. If you need to do this, it's probably easier to turn on the video and raise your hand, because I'll be monitoring the screens, as will my colleague, Ms. Haywood. Any points, however, should be addressed to me in the first instance before being directed to any of the participants. To save time, as we've already shown this morning, when we're just looking for agreement, it's sufficient just to give a thumbs up and we can keep moving forward without everybody's having to open up mics and speak. And I'll try and record that just by saying out loud that everybody's agreed, so that the webcast record shows what's happening. And as we know from this morning, we need to be patient. In the course of the next few days, it's likely we'll all forget at some point to mute or unmute our microphones. Please just signal this has happened and give each other an opportunity to address the problem and catch up. If you do have an emergency affecting your continued attendance, please don't hesitate to depart, but simply ask that we temporarily adjourn the procedures. We may, however, still decide to continue depending on the stage of the inquiry. So basically, at the end of the this introductory section, I'm probably going to ask anybody who doesn't need to just to switch off mics and video connections so that we can concentrate on the main participants. And you can obviously turn the video back on if you want to attract my attention. So before we go on to the first formal session of the inquiry, are there any questions on the procedural matters that I've set out for today or in the previous documents that were issued? Not seeing anybody raising their hand. And are there any other preliminary matters relating to the actual wider inquiry arrangements that you would want to raise before we start? Nope, everybody's happy to keep going. So, Mr. Fraser, I would obviously want to move to start inquiry session 1. Are you happy? You have everybody lined up, ready to go, or would you like a break? No, you're fine to keep going.
I think it's Mr. Mason really, but I'm happy to keep going. I think Mr. Mason's nodding, so I'm happy, ma'am.
That's fine. So we'll now start inquiry session 1 on landscape and visual impact matters. I'm expecting the evidence to be given in the order of Jonathan Mason on behalf of RWE, and then Gillian Pearson on behalf of Highland Council. I'm assuming that running order is still happy, acceptable to everybody. So we'll hand over to Mr. Fraser now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. I hope you managed to get the list of documents we thought we might be referring to this morning sent through to you. Obviously, I didn't add to it, but probably should have done the inquiry reports and precognitions, but I effectively took that as read. Mr. Mason, if I could just introduce you first, please. I think you're Jonathan Mason, is that correct?
That's right.
And you're a chartered member of the Landscape Institute. I think your qualifications and experience appear at the end of your inquiry report. Is that correct, Mr. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. Mason, obviously we're taking your report and your precognitions as read. I'd just like to touch on a few matters that seem to, I hope, encapsulate what appear to be the differences between ourselves and the Highland Council. And I wonder, first of all, if it might be useful to simply inform that by just looking very briefly at what you consider to be the baseline and background setting, so to speak. Is there anything you want to say on that, Mr. Mason?
Yes, certainly, and I think it'd be useful to refer to a couple of figures from core documents in that respect. There's just in terms of setting the scene in terms of the landscape context, I would ask you to refer to figure within within CD 1.1.11, which is 1.1.1K. Very long-winded. It's figure 7.2 of the original environmental statement. And what that is a landscape.
Can I just interrupt? We only got a list of documents from Mr. Finlay this morning. We didn't get anything from Mr. Fraser. So you might just need to give us a little bit more time to...
Sure.
I do apologise.
It's obviously, it may have gone to one of our colleagues who wasn't sending on emails this morning.
I do apologise, ma'am. I hope it isn't actually a very extensive list anyway, but Mr. Mason, I think it's 1.1.1K you want us to go to first.
That's correct, yes.
Yep, we've got that ready now, thank you.
Okay, so within that core document, it's the second page that I'd like you to go to, page 2, which is figure 7.2. you have that?
Sorry, Mr. Mason, can I just check? I think that 7.2 is common, I think, to all of the landscape figures, isn't it? So I think we'd also see it in the 2019 FEI, for example, and I think probably. Oh no, I don't think we see it in the latest document in 2021, but I think the FEI, it's also 7 point. I think it's the same. Just so people don't confuse themselves, I think it's the same document, isn't it?
It's the same document, yes.
So because I think that's one that people may have in hard copy forms. The only reason I raised that with the 2019 FEI.
Okay, well, what this figure shows, if everybody has it, is it's the landscape character assessment for the region, and the site is shown in this very clearly in the centre, within a green shaded area, which is coniferous woodland plantation, surrounded by areas of sweeping moorland, which is the pale pinky brown colour. And then there are two notable straths to the east and to the west, the Strath Hallidale to the east, which is marked by a pale blue colouring running north-south, and similarly to the west is Strath Nabba. And so I just take you to this by way of giving the context of how the site is located in relation to the major topographical and landscape character formations in the area. It's obviously south of the North Coast. It's located in an area of big area of flow country. I mean, there are numerous references to the Strath or the context of the site being on the east or west side of a strath, but in the bigger context, I would say that the site is within an area of coniferous forestry in the context of sweeping moorland rather than within a strath. There are rivers, there is a hydrology present locally, but it isn't the predominant characteristic of the landscape locally. It's a sweeping moorland and coniferous forestry context. The next document I was going to take you to is it's actually within the technical appendices from the original environmental statement. It's CD 1.1.1.4, CD 1.1.1D, which is the technical appendix, which is where we have the description, the citation for the special landscape area of the coast. So it's the Bar Bay, Strathy and Portskerra special landscape area, and that's on pages 101 to 105 of that technical appendix. It's technical appendix part 2. Apologies, I think I might have said it was 1.1.1D when it's actually 1.1.1D C, sorry.
Just got access to that, thank you.
Okay. Within that document on page, well, it's page 17 at the bottom corner of the page, which I think it's page 104 of the electronic document. And halfway down the page, there's a subheading, Big Skies and Extensive Views. this part of this document is describing the landscape of that special landscape area on the north coast, and I reference this document because some of the key viewpoints that have been identified by the Highland Council as their objections to this proposal exist within this special landscape area. And what I'm keen to point out is the nature of the area is that it is one which enjoys views in a number of directions across to Orkney, along the coast in both directions to Cape Wrath and Dunnet Head. It's a dramatic, large-scale landscape which also includes views inland, but certainly the views inland towards the development proposal are not by any means the predominant views that are enjoyed and which characterise this location. And then the third document I'd like to just take you to briefly by way of scene setting is it's actually it's part of the main text from the environmental statement. So it's CD 1.1.1.1a. So it's the environmental statement from 2013. And it's section 7.5.1, which is on page 76 of the environmental statement. Fortunately, I've just closed it down, so I can't see which page number electronically it is. Trying to find it again.
Well, section 7 starts at page 82, I think, of the PDF, if that helps, I think.
Sorry to interrupt. We're having difficulty with opening our electronic documents. So we're going to the paper copies.
Well, the paper copy, it's page 76. Although section 7.5.1, I think, starts on page 75.
I think we've got access to it. Some of the documents are opening easier on the previous memory stick, so we're working through it. Thank you. You can keep going, Mr. Mace.
Okay, so the 7.5.1 is it's essentially a description of the site and its surroundings. So the paragraphs that I'm particularly keen to take you to are on page 76. The third and fourth paragraphs describe the landscape character that I was essentially describing when I showed you the first landscape character figure. So the fact that the site is within flow country, extensive area of blanket bog, and then that there are rocky outcrops on low hills, large forested plantations, and that there's a characteristic of there being dark green conifer plantations contrasted with the browns and oranges of the peatland and moorland. And then in the subsequent paragraph, there's again this description of these incised, steep-sided valleys or straths, and the two that are highlighted are the River Nabber and the River Hallidale, and that they contrast with the surrounding moorland by virtue of being typically enclosed and having dispersed crofts and farmland as opposed to moorland and blanket bog. So again, that's really just wanting to make clear the distinction between what might be considered a more sensitive or a different strath landscape as opposed to a sweeping moorland landscape, which is what we have in the vicinity of the development proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. I think if we then just turn to what seem to be the main issues that are raised by the objection by the council, I think the first relates essentially to the scale of the turbines, both I think in relation to the existing and consented wind farms, but also in relation to the scale of the turbines compared to the landscape within which it's set. So if we take the second point first, which is the point about the scale of the turbines in relation to the landscape, what would you like to say about that?
Well, essentially, this is a very large scale landscape, which which I would say that the turbines, I mean, all of the turbines are large scale objects in the context of man-made machinery. They're all large scale machines. But this really is a very large scale landscape that is capable of absorbing the largest commercial machines that we have available, including the proposed 180-meter high turbines, and the existing Strathy North turbines are large scale turbines. My view is that this is a landscape where the distances involved between turbines and the gently undulating nature of the sweeping moorland is such that it is capable of absorbing and different sizes of turbines being absorbed within that landscape. I don't believe that there is an instance here where the scale of the turbines is by reference to other scale references. They will appear to be out of scale with the landscape. I think they appear to be well proportioned in this landscape.
I think, Mr. Mason, at page 18 of your inquiry report, paragraph 5.1.5, you draw our attention and you quote, I think, from Scottish Government's onshore wind policy statement, which refers to the fact that commercial turbines are getting larger effectively. And in the context of that statement, what, if anything, would you say is the relevance of the type of landscape we're within here?
Well, this is certainly a landscape where that policy can be taken forward without concern that there is suddenly a step change in acceptability, I would say, of turbine. And certainly, my view would be that fewer larger turbines is a positive move in terms of this, how turbines can be absorbed into this type of landscape. And I certainly think that we shouldn't be going against that policy by constraining ourselves with the scale of turbine based on turbines that are already constructed or approved or consented.
I think that probably then leads into the second issue of scale, which I highlighted at the beginning, Mr. Mason, which is the comparative scale between what has been constructed at Strathy North and what's currently consented at Strathy South, and what's proposed here. And what, if anything, do you want to say about that?
Well, I think my view is that despite what is quite a notable difference in turbine scale, so we've got 70-meter difference in the case of Strathy North, somewhat smaller distance in relation to Strathy South, but still these turbines are larger. But in the visualizations, generally speaking, there is it's often barely possible to see that there is a distinction. I mean, if you look closely, I mean, I think a very good example of that is one of the closest, well, the closest viewpoint to the proposal, which is viewpoint 7. So perhaps if we go to viewpoint 7, so either figure G within the CRVIA visualizations or figure 7.15 in the various EIAR documents, Viewpoint 7 is the lodge within, immediately to the north of the proposed development. It's approximately 4.5 kilometres to the north. And in those viewpoints, I'm looking now at the RBAA document. If you have that ready, you have that, yes. So in that array on figure G3, where the turbines are numbered on the wireframe below the image, my view is that the larger of the turbines that are visible within in red, which represent the Strathy wood turbines, if you look at those turbines and then look at the larger, closer turbines within the Strathy North array, if you look closely, you can see that there are slightly longer blades relative to the height of the tower. But overall, I think that they look very similar in terms of their appearance as part of that array. And I would say that that illustrates this capability of the landscape to absorb, because the scale of the landscape is so large. I mean, the reason why those turbines look similar is because they are further away. There's obviously a perspective assisting us with how that view is appearing. But because the base of the turbine typically cannot be seen because there is a gentle undulation of the landscape, that there is the fact that certain turbines are much further away and others are closer isn't apparent in that view. You just see a group of turbines that all appear to be quite similar. Other examples where I believe that that same phenomenon is borne out are viewpoints 10 and 11, which are CRBIA figures J and K. So in figure J2, for example, what you see there is in the wire line at the base of the image, the red and the blue turbines are seen mixed in amongst each other. And this view from the road from near Kirtomi to the northeast. And I believe that, again, whilst, for example, turbine 4 appears, it's apparent that the blades appear to be larger than some of the other turbines. That simply looks like it's a closer turbine rather than a turbine which is obviously different to the others. So my view would be that there is an assimilation brought about by the combination of different distances between the viewer and the turbines. And I would say that, in fact, that there are, in this instance, there are greater differences between turbines within the Strathy North group than there are between some of the Strathy Wood and Strathy North turbines.
I think that perhaps raises a further point, actually, Mr. Mason. You make the point there. You say that you think, if anything, there seems to be bigger difference between some of the Strathy North turbines. We know, of course, that they are all the same scale, Strathy North turbines. Yeah. Is that apparent difference between size as one looks at the turbines in a wind farm? Is that something that's uncommon, or do we see that quite often?
It's except in instances where a wind farm is a long line of turbines in a single plane. It's the north that you see turbines in front of one another and receding and they will always be, the effective perspective will always be that turbines appear at different sizes within an array.
Is there anything more then on that particular topic that you wish to discuss?
There is a related instance which has been mentioned by I think by the Highland Council in their criticism, which is that rotational speed will be different. Now, again, there will be different. A larger set of blades may appear alongside a smaller turbine to appear may appear slower. The tip rotation speed is probably very similar, but again, in a turbine array, it's very unusual to see all of the turbines rotating at exactly the same pace, because the wind that each turbine is receiving will be different, slightly different anyway. So I don't believe that there will be a noticeable situation where a set of turbines are rotating at a markedly different speed. I believe that there'll be variation within the whole group, but I don't see that would be a something that would draw the eye or would be so noticeable as to be an adverse effect.
Thank you. Have we covered that topic then, Mr. Mason?
I think so. Yes, I think so.
Thank you. I think the next topic that we just see raised quite a bit in the report of handling is this concept of the turbines going onto the east side of the Strath. Now, you addressed that in some detail in your report, and it would appear possible that the council's modified its position looking at the council's precognition. But what do you want to say about that particular topic, Mr. Mason?
I've taken I've made the point in my scene setting that in terms of whether this is a Strath landscape, I believe is debatable. I think that clearly a Strath is I believe in landscape character terms that the Strath that you experience if you travel up Strath Hallidale is very different to the much more low-key river valley that is local to the River Strathy, and that what I believe the Highland Council have been describing in their criticism is an extension of the group of turbines rather than a geographical. There seems to be an implication that there is a. It seems to be implied that there was a geographical design decision taken in Strathy North and Strathy South that there was benefit in keeping turbines on one side of the Strath or other, and I don't believe that logic is apparent in reality. There are some viewpoints where the Strathy Wood turbines do extend the spread of the group of turbines slightly, including particularly in the views from the north, where effectively you're looking along the grouping of Strathy North and Strathy South. So certainly there is some extension of the group eastwards in those views. But my view is that slight expansion of the group, given that there is coherence to the image that is created ultimately by that expansion of the group, it's still effectively a large group of turbines seen in a consistent part of the landscape at the head of an apparent valley, as viewed from the north. I think the other thing I'd like to just point out is that in the various corrections to the or the very suggested amendments that were debated at length between the applicants and the Highland Council prior to determination. Suggestions were made as to which turbines should be moved or adjusted in order to achieve an acceptable layout. And there were various iterations of this, which included largely reducing the heights of turbines so that either hubs or tips weren't apparent from certain viewpoints, or deleting turbines which were causing clutter or stacking within the group. But what is noticeable is that from the viewpoints that in the council's witnesses, precognition is highlighted as being the viewpoint where this straying across the Strath to the east is most marked. The suggested changes that the Highland Council made pre-determination did not include deletion of those turbines. So there was it was implied that there would be an acceptable scheme that included those turbines, but the position seems to have now changed.
I think linked to this issue about going on to the other side of the Strath, there's a sort of suggestion that somehow it breaches a containment in some way, Mr. Mason. Do you want to express any view on that?
Yes, again, it isn't clear what is meant by containment in that sense. The Strathy North turbines are clearly within a forest, and that forest is largely on the west side of the Strath. But the river itself kinks slightly from northeast to south west, just to the south of that forest, and then continues south. And so there isn't a clear east-west. And I don't believe that on the ground, when you look at the viewpoints, when you witness the Strathy North turbines on the ground, that there is a clear, logical, geographical containment that is offended by the Strathy Wood proposed turbine positions.
So I think the way it's put by the council now in the precognition is that it's really at viewpoint 7, perhaps, that this sort of containment is most seen, and the effect of straying across the Strath is most seen. Do you want to just go to viewpoint 7 very quickly, Mr. Mason, and tell us what, if anything, you want to say on that? I think whilst we do that too, I think there's just one small correction which we should have mentioned at the outset in your inquiry report at paragraph 8.4.7.
Yes, I refer to the landform to the southwest when it should be the southeast.
That's the penultimate line, I think, in 8.4.7. But I think it's fairly obvious from the photograph or the visualization what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what if anything, do you want to say about viewpoint 7 when we look at it, and this idea of containment, Mr. Mason, and the where they were east or west of the Strath contributing to that?
Well, in the view of the wind farm from viewpoint 7, effectively the blue turbines on the wireframe, if you're looking at that image, they are occupying the west side of so the river, if you have the image open, the river actually runs from left to right. So there's a pale coloured area of I think it's pale vegetation that you can see running broadly horizontally along the below where the turbines are. That's roughly where the river is running. and effectively the turbine group of Strathy North ends at the end of the forestry, which presumably is a land ownership related reason for why the turbines finished there. There isn't a logical landscape reason to contain the turbines at that point. And I would say the Strathy Wood group simply extends in a logical way across the Strath, or across that the head of the apparent valley at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry. Sorry, did I interrupt you, Mr. Mason?
No.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, thank you, Mr. Mason. Anything more then that you want to say on this point of going the other side of the Strath or the containment, or have we covered that, do you think?
I think we've covered that, yes.
Right, and we may partly have covered this anyway, but I think you referred to the fact that the council made suggestions as to alterations which they appeared to suggest might satisfy their concerns, and I think we see that covered particularly in paragraphs 10.56 and 10.57 of the report of handling. What if anything do you want to say about that, Mr. Mason?
Well, what's essentially happened, there was quite a long period where there was a back and forward of correspondence between the council and the applicant, where there were suggestions to, in relation to quite a lot of viewpoints, which turbines ought to be modified in order to achieve an acceptable arrangement. So it was clear that there was broad acceptability to the proposals, and that the implication was that some minor adjustments to the heights of hubs or tips was all that was needed in order to achieve an acceptable arrangement. Now, how those my view throughout this process was that effectively we were micro designing the layout in relation to fixed viewpoints in the landscape, which isn't really a valid way of, in this context, all you are doing is changing a fixed image. And if you were to walk 100 yards up the road or across the landscape from each viewpoint, the disposition of hubs and tips in relation to landform is going to change anyway. So it was a process which the applicant entered willingly on the basis that they were keen to get an approval, but ultimately it was a process which didn't ever seem to get to a satisfactory outcome. There were always more minor modifications required. And in the analysis now, in relation to the report of handling and the inquiry report produced by the Highland Council, the modifications that were required, which it was said at the time would make the layout acceptable, don't achieve the things that are now being said. So it was a moving target, effectively. And my view is that the original layout was an acceptable layout in landscape terms, and that effectively the tidying up of viewpoints, so addressing stacking from specific fixed points, for example, wasn't really achieving any material benefit.
Well, stacking is raised. Is stacking something that is unusual in a wind farm, Mr. Mason?
Stacking is inevitable in a wind farm where you have the ability to move around the landscape and see it from different perspectives. If you've got turbines, they will inevitably line up from certain vantage points. Now, I think removing stacking is legitimate where you have, for example, a designed view from a heritage landscape, for example, or a particular vantage point which lots of people will see more than others. And in that instance, there can be some benefit in tidying up an array as seen from a particular angle. In this instance, we're looking at a wind farm which is viewed from lots of different angles, and so addressing stacking from one particular direction really is just chasing the problem around, because you'll cause stacking somewhere else by moving the turbine.
And obviously we have the wireframes, the reporters can go and look at them themselves. But I mean, if we were to look at, for example, what's been constructed at Strathy North already and what's been consented at Strathy South, do you see examples of stacking there?
Yes, certainly. Yeah.
Right. Anything else you'd like to say about the suggested amendments, effectively, Mr. Mason?
There is one issue which was, as I've alluded to already, that there was a lot of discussion about the desirability of not being able to see hubs, only being able to see tips, and this was perplexing at the time. So, for example, from viewpoint 4, which is to the southeast of the wind farm in the vicinity of Forcinard, there was a request that we should lower various turbines such that all of the turbines that were visible were only seen as blades sweeping across the horizon. But the reality is that there were hubs visible at Strathy North and hubs in the consented Strathy South scheme already. So it wasn't really a consistent. It was, as I said, slightly perplexing as to why it was important to not have hubs appearing from that viewpoint. And we were talking about a single viewpoint, and if one was to travel half a mile further down the road, because most of the receptors in that vicinity are using the main road through Strathholidale, there will be a different view, and hubs would become visible. Similarly, if you were to walk uphill, if you were to be wandering off-road, you would gain elevation and see more hubs. So it was a solution to a problem that really wasn't in my view, wasn't a valid way of designing a wind farm. And subsequently, the commentary about Strathy South with its taller turbines is effectively there's now a position where the presence of the Strathy South turbines will be a mitigating factor. So all of the 200 metre machines at Strathy South would be visible above, well, visible. We have visible hubs, and that's been cited as being a mitigating factor, something that proves the way that Strathy wood is seen, which seems to be slightly contradictory.
Thank you. Anything else then that we need to address on that, or have we covered that, do you think, Mr. Mason?
I think that covers the matter of the amendments that were requested. Yes.
Yeah, I think we've come to viewpoint 7 on more than one occasion. Actually, I'm not sure if there's anything more you wanted to say on that, or we've effectively covered that as we went along, Mr. Mason.
I think we did cover it. Although I think one thing that I think needs to viewpoint 7, clearly that we have identified the significant effect there, but it is worth noting that the receptors who would witness that view, my understanding is that the lodge is holiday accommodation, and my expectation would be that anybody visiting the lodge and spending time there would be going there in the full knowledge that they are visiting a lodge next to a wind farm, because I'd expect that to be, if they weren't expecting that, that would be a deficit of the description of the holiday accommodation rather than more than anything else, because it's accessed via a wind farm track, and it's right next to a well-established wind farm at Strathy North, which there are clear views of from the lodge.
And is the Strathy North site closer or further away from the viewpoint than our proposal would be?
It's closer. It's closer.
And also, I think we can see from the viewpoints that we're told that from viewpoint 7, the distance to the nearest turbine is 4.4 kilometres, Mr. Mason. Is
Yes.
it unusual to have a significant visual effect at that distance?
No, it's with large scale turbines, that's very, very normal.
Okay. Right. Now, I think a criticism is made of you that the visual impacts have been underplayed in the various assessments, and I think you addressed that in your inquiry report. But is there anything particular you want to say about that, Mr. Mason?
I think essentially we've what I would say is that we've undertaken a report an assessment which I think is transparently bad in accordance with the methodology, and there will be differences of opinion as to how two different people to look at two different effects on a particular receptor, and clearly the reporters will have their own view when they see the viewpoint. But my view is that my assessment is a fair one. It's my professional judgment is that the judgments that we've reached are reasonable, and we've identified significant effects at a number of locations. I think clearly the Highland Council have taken a different view at some of those locations, which they are entitled to do. They haven't done their own assessment, so it isn't always clear what the rationale is behind finding a greater degree of effect. But ultimately, it's a subjective judgment-based discipline. So the assessment is there to be read, and I'm sure the reports will have that.
Thank you. Now, I think as regards the actual impact from the various viewpoints, you address the points that are made by the Highland Council in your table 2 in your inquiry report. I don't think we need to go through that. Likewise, I think you address the analysis of the supplementary guidance in your table 3, and again, I don't think we need to go through that, Mr.
No, I think
just in case there's anything in particular you want to draw our attention to, I'll just give you the opportunity now.
No, I think the analysis in the text is quite clear. So I think I'm happy to leave that as read, and
But I think that takes us then really to nighttime effect, and that I think is the consequence of the lighting that would be required because of the height of the turbines. And I think obviously that's addressed in the latest material that's been submitted, Mr. Mason.
yes.
I think the first thing we have to bear in mind is that what would be required by way of lighting is less than was originally assessed at the time of the 2019 FEI. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes. And I think obviously assessment of aviation lighting and wind turbines is a very much a relatively new discipline. It's something which has only really come to light in the last couple of years. And I think we are learning more about the nature of aviation lighting, and I think that I certainly my fear when aviation lighting started to become an issue with the onset of new taller turbines was that there would be quite dramatic impacts as a result of lights that we're familiar with, that we see on masts and where we have steady state 2000 candela medium intensity lighting, which is a very apparent feature in the landscape. And I think what I've learned through the course of understanding more about these aviation lights is that they're not that. They are much they're not really similar to those lights. That they are, by virtue of the fact that they are controlled with sensors that effectively dim them to 10% of their full operating brightness when visibility is good. So they're only at their full power when visibility is poor. So clearly in poor visibility conditions, the effect experienced by receptors will be less anyway because of the poor visibility that's ensuing. And I think that by reference, as we've made in our reports to another familiar type of lighting, which is the tail light of a car, and I emphasize a tail light rather than a brake light, which is much more intense. That these will be, whilst they will be visible from parts of the landscape at times, the degree to which they are going to draw the eye and be prominent features, I think, is much less than is perceived by people initially. The other factor which is worth noting is this very horizontal pattern to the lighting. So effectively it's a beam of light that's horizontal, and therefore the nature of the characteristics of the light are that if you are above or below that beam of light, that your ability to see it diminishes quite quickly. So that's reflected in the lighting intensity plans that were submitted as part of the CLBIA.
Thank you. So, anything else you want to draw our attention to then, Mr. Mason?
I think there's just one other thing in relation to that lighting. A couple of things in relation to the receptor rather than the actual light itself. One is that whilst it's not entirely unreasonable to expect, it's not, you can't rule out that some people will venture out into the landscape after dark, so people will wild camp and so on. Generally speaking, when the aviation lights are on at night, people will, there's a general lack of people in the landscape, general lack of receptors to see them. Though I think the Highland Council and Nature Scott's commentary on lighting effects has focused on people in cars travelling through the landscape. And what I would say there is that the ability to view lights in really dim lights in the landscape when you were in a car, travelling in a car which has got headlights on the road in front of it, and where there are headlights of other vehicles on the road, your eyes will adjust to that bright close light rather than be adjusted to be able to see what is quite a dim and not dim light in the landscape which is lacking prominence. So I think that it is tempting to think that they will be more prominent than they will be.
And of course, if we're also looking at the viewpoints from the north, so that's the Strathy general direction, do we have the light that would be associated with Strathy in any event in that view, Mr.
Yes, I mean it's a small settlement, so it's not a settlement that has lots of street lighting. But all the same, there will be people in the settlement will tend to be at night in houses or close to houses where there are lights. So there will be a degree of lighting in the settlements, yes.
Okay. Anything else then that Mr. Mason that you think we need to cover in chief, please?
I think that's everything.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Matt.
looking at the time now, and we're 10 to 12. I'm thinking this might be a nice time to take a break, and maybe 10 minutes. So I'll stop for 10 minutes and then we'll come back and take it from there. Is everybody happy with that? Yes, that's fine. That's what we'll do. So just remind everybody just to turn off the mics and the video feed. Our colleague will put on a temporary screen just to show that we're having a break, and we'll come back just after 12. Okay, thank you very much. I know, I'm just gonna see. Graham, are you singing? Is that everybody returned, ready to start again? Seems to be. So I'll hand over to Mr. Finlay this time, and you can take over from here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mason. Can I start by going to your precognition, please? And to your section 1.3, where you set out key issue or key issues. And just make the point that you were emphasising the large scale of the landscape, receptor landscape in your evidence in chief this morning. But as you've pointed out on a number of occasions, there's no dispute between you and the council that this general site is suitable for a commercial scale wind farm. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
You summarised the issues 1.3.2 to 1.3.4, and with respect to you, I think those are indeed the key issues between the parties. And it's not about whether this site is of itself suitable for a commercial scale wind farm. It's whether this is the appropriate wind farm for the site. And I just want to pick up in that regard one point you made in your evidence in chief by reference to your report at 5.1.5. That seemed to pick up from your comment that you were suggesting that to take issue about the size of turbines may be contrary to this policy statement. But the last sentence of the extract that you produced does say individual decisions on wind turbines and wind farms will continue to be considered on a case-by-case basis, and that's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah.
And it's about having the right wind farm in the right place, I think, to mirror the language from SPP, and not. Yeah,
so and to to make the decision based on what the how the wind farm that we're proposing appears alongside others. And my view would be that this one, in this instance, the fact that there are different sizes of wind turbines doesn't result in an unacceptable wind farm.
Yeah, absolutely. And I realise I'm not going to shake you from that view. I just need to explore it. And one of the ways I wanted to explore it to begin with, and it was quite a reasonably lengthy part of cross-examination, is to look at the proposal as it's gone through its various stages. And so if we could start with the original EIA statement, which I think we've been to, which is CD 1.1A. And I have now put that up. I had it ready on my screen. If you are electronic copy, we're looking at page 25 of 414. Sorry, 26. we're looking here at site selection, alternative and design chapter, and this, as sets out in 3.1, gives an overview of the iterative design process which has resulted in the proposed layout. And it considers various matters, but at 3.4.1, that's on electronic page 27 of 414, it deals with landscape character and visual amenity. And it says in the last paragraph on that page that that's been a key consideration in site design from an early stage in the feasibility and design process. And landscape architects, and I think that's you and your team, have worked closely with the project team to achieve a site and design that minimises potential landscape and visual impacts as far as possible, whilst maintaining economic viability. That's all as one would expect. And then the design for the key elements of the proposed developments take into account the following objectives. The relationship of the proposed turbines to the consented Strathy North turbines, and Strathy North turbines are at 110 metres high, just so we have that by way of contrast. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And the proposed Strathy South turbines south of the site, they're consented at the moment at 135 metres high, but there's an application in for 200-metre turbines, the outcome of which we won't know before the end of this inquiry session, maybe not for some time. And then it says this, that a series of different height options for the proposed turbines was considered. Analysis of wireframe images comparing the various options with the adjacent sites combined with field-based observations determined that there would be little appreciable change in effect as a result of proposing turbines at 145 maximum blade tip height as opposed to the smaller turbines of similar size to the adjacent sites. And I'll come back. I just wanted to come back to that in due course, but the adjacent site is clearly the 110-metre Strathy North site, and the first two emanations, 2013 and 2014, were proposing 145-metre turbines, which were 35 metres higher than Strathy North. You're now proposing turbines which are 70 metres higher than Strathy North. That's a 100% increase between the 2013 or 2015 and the current emanation of the application. That's correct, isn't it?
It is correct, yes.
And then lastly, in this chapter, if we go on to electronic page 30, you see a discussion on design evolution at 3.5.1, and layout A was pre-scoping. Layout B is the scoping layout, and if one sees in the fourth line under layout B, it talks about an increase in height. That suggests the pre-scoping layout was lower. Was the pre-scoping layout 110 metres? Because it's not actually given anywhere there.
I'm afraid you're testing my memory far too much. It's 8 years ago now, so over 8 years ago. So I don't remember. I do remember that my recollection is that 145 was the largest that was considered at the time, and that our advice was that the largest work in terms of how they appear alongside the other developments. But yeah, it's an awful long time ago.
Yeah, no, I'm not at all surprised about that answer, Mr. Mason. But it does. Perhaps you could confirm that obviously must have been considering something lower because it talks about an increase in height when you get to the scoping layout section.
Yes, but I think that there was probably more than one other option, and it may be maybe that there was an intermediate height. I honestly can't remember.
And then the last question about this is just when one runs through, and you may want to take a second or two to look at it. When you go through the various layouts, and we'll come back to this. Apart from one comment under layout G, which is on page 31, there doesn't seem to have been. If you go to the fourth line of that, it says the two most southerly turbines are repositioned to reduce the potential for a visual gap to appear in the layout. There doesn't appear to have been in terms of the changes in the layout, landscape and visual doesn't appear to have formed a significant aspect of that. It appears to be more heat and other issues.
That's I would say, given the context of the site and the circumstances of the ornithological and peat interest in the area, that I would have, and also given that, as I've set out this morning, in this relatively flat but with some undulation, this landscape of sweeping moorland, that landscape influence on the design wouldn't be expected to be one of the primary ones, other than at the kind of macro scale. So in terms of moving individual turbines around, I would expect it not to have been as detailed a consideration as the practicalities of siting turbines on the ground.
No, sometimes at these, I take your point about the individual location, and we'll come back to that last comment in a moment, but quite often one sees in other environmental statements that in the various emanations, when you're going through, there can be considerations, landscape and visual, more macro landscape and visual considerations can come into play. And all I'm saying is that sort of, for want of a better expression, macro level, don't seem to have been any, it's not criticism, but there don't seem to be any macro landscape and visual considerations in terms of the emanations of the iterations of the layout and process as it's gone through. Would that be fair?
That's fair, and I think it's consistent with how I mean, I don't recall the process in detail, but it would be consistent with us giving the advice that the size of the turbines and the relative and the location of the turbines largely don't make a step change in the effects that they would will have.
Well, obviously that's your view and the state of that. Now, quite often when one's designing a wind farm, it's harking back to one of the points you were making to Mr. Fraser this morning about stacking and the like. There are sometimes a wind farm is designed with various viewpoints or specific viewpoints in mind, so there's a design focus. Was there any such focus in designing the layout of this wind farm?
There may well have been some specific consideration of how the wind farm appears broadly from the north, for example. But and again, it's testing my memory as to the specifics. But my view would be that there aren't sectors here that we would have specifically accommodated from a specific viewpoint. Because if you move 50 yards along the road, you could have sorted out stacking from one location, and you've got stacking again.
No, I understand that point, and that's the same with absolutely any wind farm, as you say. But notwithstanding that, I think as you accepted in that answer, sometimes there is a design focus. And I would suggest to you that views from the north generally, as you indicated, would be the more important ones when you were considering the design of this wind farm?
Yeah, the views from the north are the obvious location. There are more receptors there, and the wind farm is relatively visible from there. So yes.
Now, if we come back to the comment that I highlighted at the bottom of page 31 under layout G, final layout, 2 of the southerly turbines were repositioned to reduce potential for a visual gap. Now, clearly that's an indication where repositioning of a turbine is considered to have an impact, although that gap will appear entirely different depending on where you're looking at it from.
Yes.
So that whilst I accept your point that in generality you cannot design out gaps or stacking, whatever, there may be some occasions where you can, by repositioning or lowering heights of wind turbines, reduce an effect where you might not otherwise do so. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. Yeah.
And last point on that, because I don't wish to be unfair to you or to the council, but when you're discussing repositioning or lowering of turbines, when you have representative viewpoints, it's not surprising you use those representative viewpoints as the basis for any discussion, is it? Because both you and the council will be aware that they are representative viewpoints.
That's correct. Yes, there is a tendency to see that as the sum total of the effect when, you know, obviously it's clearly representative of something similar.
And I think just also to put the matter in context, I think you may have been originally liaising with Mr. McCorkadale from the council, and Gillian Pearson only came on the scene after he retired or was on his way to retirement, so that the discussions, but both those officers are experienced officers and would know the role of representative viewpoints, wouldn't they?
Yes. Well, I think certainly Mr. McCorkadale. I don't know certainly having met Mr. McCorkadale in relation to several wind farms, I know that he's an experienced case officer when it comes to dealing with wind farms. I'm less sure of the person's extent of experience.
You've seen her. I said they were experienced officers. You've seen her report, which sets out her expertise. Are you suggesting she's not sufficiently experienced in dealing with wind?
I don't know that she's very experienced in dealing with landscape visual assessment, based on the comments.
Well, no doubt that can be put to her if necessary, but I understand where you're coming from. That's chapter 3 in this document. If we move forward to chapter 7, which I think begins at electronic page 82, we should have landscape and visual impact assessment. Just to orientate ourselves. And then just if we go just down to bottom of 7.1, the assessment is undertaken by a chartered member of the Landscape Institute. I wasn't entirely sure, was this you or members of your team?
The assessment was undertaken by my colleague, and that's who's being referred to there. I both briefed and oversaw the assessment.
So it's just really a matter of fairness. So can I assume that unless you tell me otherwise, you associate yourselves with the views in this document and the assessments undertaken?
Yes, because every one of the assessments I have read and approved.
I thought that was the case, but I just wanted to clarify that. Grateful. If we go on to design, so that's page 83, so that's the next page, electronic page 83. Paragraph 7.2.2. We come back to the issue of height in those paragraphs. The juxtaposition with Strathy North is referred to and with Strathy South. And then in the second paragraph of 7.2.2, we have a series of different height options was considered, and in determining whether 145 meters would be an appropriate height to put forward. Comparative wireframes, moving on to the third paragraph, were produced. And just say that the reporters have those. They're 7.36, and I think that should be CD 1.1.1p. So if people could just have a look at that. I think it's the first four figures, figures 736A to D. Give people a chance to catch up.
Sorry, Mr. Finley, did you say 1.1.E?
No, P for Peter.
I'm sorry, I misheard you. I do apologise. Thank you.
No.
I was a bit baffled when I opened E, but thank you.
And looks of most faces, I think everyone's got there. I'm not sure Mr. Fraser has yet, though, so I'll wait for him. Oh, he has, good. If we look at the first one sees that it's Strathy Wood, 145 meters to tip. And what we can see there that, and it's done from, this is from viewpoint 1. So I'm not going to seek to pronounce, but we see that it's effectively a cumulative one because we have Strathy Wood, Strathy North and Strathy South in there. And this again may be testing your memory, but with Strathy South in there at 135 meters.
I don't know.
And we see that one can see that the contrast is below with Strathy Wood at 110 meters. And then if we go just flicking through the next figure, I think is from viewpoint 6, and then the next figure is viewpoint 11, and the next figure is viewpoint 14.
I think it's 8. Second one.
Sorry, you're right. It's very difficult. Size of the screen is quite small, but absolutely. I mean, and so that exercise was done. We'll come to the 2019 FEI in due course, but there's no similar exercise for the 180 meter turbines. And saying that, I obviously accept, because you've got all the visualizations at 145 meters, you can see the difference between 145 and 180. My point is that there's no consideration in the document of anywhere between 145 and 180, and no visualization showing that.
No, there isn't. No.
We can go back to the main report, which is 1.1.1a. I think that's all I want to take from those. I'm just seeing. And we're at page 83, I think. If we go on to top of page 84, says the proposed turbines would typically be viewed at distances of approximately 8 kilometers away, and the difference in height 110 versus 145 would not always be appreciable. similar difference in height between the proposed turbines and the Strathy North turbines would not generally be apparent. And I think there's a point that you made somewhere else in your evidence, that the Strathy North turbines are generally positioned slightly higher than the Strathy Wood turbines. And I don't think you've given us figures anywhere, but the Strathy Wood turbines, and I don't have precise figures on this, but their base heights are somewhere around the 120, 130 AOD height. Whereas I think Strathy North can range between 170 to 110.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
And about half of Strathy North is between the 150 and the 170 AOD. And certainly if you're adding another, if we take on average Strathy Woods 120 to 130 and Strathy North is 20 to 30 meters higher, one can understand that if you're having 35 meters higher turbines than Strathy Wood, given they're situated lower, the overall effect might be broadly similar when viewed at a distance.
Yes.
And indeed they're very close. We'll come onto it again, but the difference, the distance between the closest turbines in Strathy North and Strathy Wood is a matter of a few hundred meters, isn't it?
Yeah, it's they're quite close. The southern limits of Strathy North is quite close to Strathy Wood.
And what you say at the end of this paragraph on that page is that the additional influence would also be even less marked should 135 metre Strathy South turbines be present in the landscape. And that perhaps answers my previous question that Strathy South was envisaged to be 135 metres at the time.
I know that Strathy South had a long history as well. I think it's been under consideration since 2007 or something. So I couldn't remember which iteration it was, but yes, 135.
But this rather suggests that if you were on the proposing, as you are now, 180 metres high turbines, both those comments would have to be significantly reconsidered, wouldn't they? Both the juxtaposition with Strathy North and the interaction with Strathy South.
Well, clearly we're dealing with bigger differentials in size, but those factors of increased distance and different elevation still both assist in producing the images that are presented in the FEI, which show that there is still a good degree of similarity in turbine scale rather than a marked contrast. And
if you go to the last paragraph, one could see that it was considered that 145 metre turbines proposed are appropriate for the site with regard to landscape and visual matters. Well, you're proposing now something significantly bigger. And if you were saying 145 was appropriate then, rather suggests that 180 metres might be considered to be more of a change than you're prepared to admit now.
I don't think so. I think at the time 145 metres was considered to be pushing the envelope, and I don't think that statement suggests that is an upper limit or that was as far as acceptability could go. It was just that was the turbine that was being considered at the time.
Well, I accept half your answers. You haven't suggested it's an upper limit, and I haven't suggested that to you. But this is a part of the environmental statement which is meant to be considering landscape and visual impact, not the practical considerations of what scale of turbine would be commercially acceptable to the operator at that stage. This appears to be a judgment formed simply on the basis of landscape and visual impact, not commercial or practical considerations about what turbines may or may not be available.
And forgive me if I was unclear, but my comment previously was couched in landscape terms. So the absorption, the consideration of 145 meter, 145, 150 meter high turbines at that time in landscape terms was new, because those were the emerging largest turbines, and so we considered that they were appropriate at the site in landscape terms. But that doesn't in any way suggest that larger turbines couldn't also be appropriate in landscape terms.
Just to push that a little bit further, it might be thought if larger turbines would have been appropriate, they would have. General rule of thumb is the larger the turbine, certainly the longer the blade, the more power that it will produce and the more value it will give to the owner. If it be considered that larger turbines were more appropriate, they could have been at least considered at the time.
They could, but I think another consideration was, what is the market offering in terms of turbines? Clearly, it would have been perhaps a more bold exercise at the time to test consecutively bigger turbines until we reached a point at which it was no longer acceptable. That exercise could have been done, but the exercise we did was couched in the reality of what the developer was looking to consider.
Well, I think I've exhausted that, and I can make submissions on what was taken from that in due course. Can we move on in the document to cumulative baseline and 7.5.6, page 98, electronic page 98.
I'm sorry, Mr. Finley, it's my fault. I didn't quite catch which document are we in. No, sorry.
We're still in 1.1.1a, which is the original environmental assessment main report. And we're at 7.5.6.
Thank you.
I think this is just really by way of negotiation through the document that at this stage, Strathy North site was under construction but hadn't been built when this document was produced. We can see that in the fourth paragraph in 5.6. But what in terms of the cumulative baseline, the particular relevance is noted. This is in the fifth line as to the juxtaposition between Strathy North and Strathy Wood, and I don't think that's in dispute between us. It's clearly that how successful your proposal is will depend upon, in part at least, upon that relationship.
So where are we looking now?
7.5.6.
Yeah.
Page 98, fourth paragraph.
Yeah.
Consideration of the baseline, fifth line, this is particularly relevant in relation to the Strathy North site. Do you see that sentence?
Yes, okay, I'm with you now.
And the question I put to you was that the relationship and the success of your proposal depends to a large extent on the, given that there's an acceptance that a commercial scale wind farm in this general location, the principle of it's not in dispute, is to how successful that relationship is between Strathy North and Strathy Wood.
Yes.
And I see you nodding, grateful, thank you. We go on to 105, electronic page 105 in this document. It tells me. I think that's just looking at the cumulative. It's just really to orientate ourselves. We're in the chapter dealing with cumulative assessment. The bottom paragraph tells us that we're assuming Strathy North is present. And then it goes on to look at a number of factors on the following page. And under landscape character, which is the second factor it looks at, so that's electronic page 106. In the second paragraph, it says the introduction of Strathy wood turbines would increase the number of wood turbines present from 33 to 59, and obviously those figures have changed because there's a reduction in 2015. The two sites would appear as a single larger wind farm. Cumulative change would be incremental. And it was your case at that stage with 145 metre turbines, they would appear as a single large wind farm. And that was an important aspect, as we will see in due course, of the visual assessment. And one of the main issues about which we disagree is whether with turbines at 180 metres height, you will have a single wind farm or whether it will be two wind farms close to each other with different scales. That's an issue for the reporters to determine, isn't it?
Yes, and we maintain that for the reasons I've set out this morning, that the wind farm will be seen as a coherent with turbines that do appear to be similar in scale.
Yeah, and we take a different view. So part of the purpose of cross-examination is not always to score points, but just to highlight differences. And that's a useful point of highlighting the difference. If you go to the next page, page 107 under visual effects, again, we see the same conclusion drawn at the end of the first paragraph, that the proposed turbines would typically appear as an extension to the consented wind farm.
Yes.
And then if we go to page 109, we're looking there at cumulative impacts. You're first of all looking at, well, you had been looking at existing and consented, and this is existing, consented and proposed. So in this section, Strathy South comes into consideration. And if we look at the similar provision under landscape character, which is just down the page from page 109, you say that the additional presence of Strathy wood turbines would have no tangible influence on the character impact at that stage. You can see why you say that. But, do you suggest in this proposal that there would be one large wind farm? Because having looked at the earlier, when you're just looking at Strathy North and Strathy Wood, you're suggesting it would be one wind farm. But when you have the three proposals, you've gone so far as to say that there'd be one large wind farm.
Well, it depends on where you see it from. Essentially, as we indicated in the first paragraph on the visual effects on electronic page 110, effectively when seen from the north, in particular, then in connection with Strathy North, it does appear as an extension to a single group. Geographically, as we discussed earlier, they are very close together. They almost join together. Strathy South is obviously quite a distance further south, but when you see the cumulative position from distance, it's from a hilltop or from some of the roads to the east where you have long distance views where you can see Strathy South and Strathy North and Strathy Wood, they will be read as a single large wind farm, I believe. but effectively you could see it as two wind farms with Strathy would connect a little link. It depends on the topography and interlinked topography as well. So there are examples from the east from the west, where there is topography which partially screens Strathy South, partially screens Strathy Wood, but effectively either side of the topography there's a linear string of wind turbines, which will be read as being one group.
No, I understand your case. I'm just looking at how you were putting it in this document, which is what I'd asked you. And as far as I could see here, in contrast to the first scenario that is existing and consented, you weren't actually, nowhere here are you saying that there'd just be one large wind farm. I think you go on to say, and perhaps if I come to the visual effects paragraph, it will be fair to you and assist you. You go to page 110, electronic page 110, you'll see the heading visual effects. And then at the end of that paragraph, you should say that the proposed Strathy wood turbines would appear as a relatively limited extension to a much larger wind farm from many locations, which may be a Strathy North, I think, and would appear to link or fill the gap between the other two wind farms from a smaller number of locations.
Yes, and apologies if I was unclear, but I think that's what I was trying to say, was that effectively, that by virtue of geographical proximity, there is the Strathy wood turbines would be read as an extension to Strathy North, but from certain locations in the landscape, the turbines do bridge a gap between Strathy South and Strathy North, such that the whole group can be read as a larger, not single wind farm necessarily, certainly a concentration of wind farms in that part of the landscape.
But again, I think that the reporter's consideration of whether they will be read as Strathy North and Strathy Wood would be read as one wind farm or not is, we've already highlighted the major difference between the parties, likewise with Strathy South. We do have to bear in mind that this is considering Strathy South at 135 metres. We just finished this section. We go on to electronic page 112, we get to 7.9 conclusions. And I don't think, in the light of the question and answer so far, I don't think there's anything I need to put to you there. I think our positions are fairly clearly developed. So we can put that document to one side and go to Appendix 7 to the 2013 EIA, which is CD 1.1.1C. Well, I think we've been already, because you took us here for the citation of the special landscape area. And I just want to pick up a point on that when we, in the passing, so to speak. This is the document where you begin by setting out methodology. And just for the reporter's note, it begins at electronic page 65. You see Appendix 7.1 methodology, and I don't think I've got particular. I've got one. Sorry, I do. I have one or two methodology questions for you. If you go to page 78, I don't think there's a significant difference. People will be happy to hear, because methodology is the least interesting subject of anything when cross-examining wind farms. If you go to page 78, you have your table 3 magnitude of visual effects criteria. And first of all, it's interesting to note that you've given a magnitude and a size, class, descriptor and appearance, and we can then follow that through to your descriptions elsewhere in your documents. And And then if you go to page 80, at the bottom of the page here, we're dealing with significance of effect. And you make the important point that professional judgment is the principal determinant of significance of effect, with the matrix set out below as a supporting role as a guide only. And that's very common between all forms of professionals dealing with this issue. And then over the page, you have an assessment matrix. And there's the ones shaded grey are where there may be a potentially significant effect in EIA terms, but you said potential because you want to exercise judgment.
Yes.
The only point I wanted to put to you was that a number of people in your position I've cross-examined, and there seems to be some difference in view of this. If you have a medium magnitude of change and a moderate sensitivity of receptor, some professionals put that in a box where there may or may not be a significant change. I see you nodding.
Yes.
It's not a criticism one way or the other. It's just important to understand what your starting point is. But I note that when in some of your comments on Gillian Pearson, she's found in some cases where there's a moderate assessment of impact, it's significant. In some cases, it's not. That is a perfectly acceptable position in professional terms to choose, provided you explain how you've got there. And yes. I see you nodding at that. Grateful. Thank you very much. You'll be glad to hear. I think that's the only methodological question I wanted to ask you. But I don't think there is a difference, but that's helpful. Then if we go on to your point on the SLA, and that begins at electronic page 102 with the plan of the SLA, the map. And the point you were making in evidence in chief was by reference to big skies and extensive views, which is on page 104. And you were making the point that most people are attracted to the seaward view from this general SLA. But if you go back to page 103 and the fourth bullet point, and the last sentence, it says views south to the inland mountains are a notable feature of this stretch of coast. And that's correct, isn't it?
Yes, I don't think I certainly didn't seek to suggest otherwise. I was just wanting to point out that the qualities of that landscape and that special landscape area are not primarily about using internally into the mountains. Certainly, there are those views. Certainly.
Yeah, and quite often it's if, for instance, you're at the car park down near the beach, viewpoint 18. It's the juxtaposition. It's on the one hand you've got the sea in front of you, perhaps with Orkney off to your right, and then if you turn around and look behind, you've got the receding moorline with the high hills behind. And it's although you can't be looking in both directions at the same time, for obvious reasons, it's your mind is aware of what's behind you, whichever way you're looking. And it's the juxtaposition of those views which can be important. Yes. And I see you nodding. Grateful. Good stuff. If we move on to then Appendix 7.5, which begins at electronic page 137. Here you give us your table on landscape character, and that's slightly painstaking. I just wanted to look at a number of these just to pick up the reference to how you dealt with the juxtaposition between Strathy North and Strathy Wood. And so if we go on to page 138, and here we're looking at your comments on the sweeping moorland landscape type. And in the paragraph top of 138, you see words beginning at the end of the third line. The turbines would be experienced in the context of the adjacent consented Strathy North development and would appear as an extension to this. And that's a
Sorry, I think I might be on the wrong page. 138.
Electronic page 138. So it should have.
Oh yes, I've got it now. I've got it now. So it's the sentence beginning at the end of the fourth line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm going to take 3 points together again under. If you go down, you then deal with flat peatland CSL2, and if you go over the page to page 139, in the penultimate paragraph, roughly the middle of it, you have a similar sentence, again beginning towards the end of the line. The turbines would be experienced in the context of the adjacent consented Strathy North development, would appear as an extension to it. And lastly, if we go on to page 146, under small farms and cross CSL 15, but it begins on the previous page. Again, at the end of the penultimate paragraph, looking at visual context, there's that same juxtaposition. It's not relevant for the other landscape areas, I think, probably because you won't have the view of that. But my sole point was that the analysis of the impact on landscape was obviously took a large number of factors into account, but one of the important factors was that the Strathy, the development Strathy would appear as an extension to the existing Strathy North.
Yes, the main significant factor being that without Strathy North, Strathy would be an entirely novel, new feature in the landscape, would have a far greater impact on character.
Yes, but also it's the extent to which it does appear as an extension to, rather than being a
rather than a different wind farm in the same view. Yes.
Now, the next appendix dealt with wild land, which you needn't deal with. And I'll try and deal with a number of similar points briefly. We might, if it's all right, we might just go slightly beyond 1 o'clock. That's all right with you. If we go to electronic page 155, we pick up appendix 7.7, where you're dealing with the same point, dealing with viewpoints. And you go through the individual viewpoints. And if you take viewpoint 1, to start with viewpoint 1, yes, one sees that proposed turbines would be apparent as an extension to the consented wind farm at Strathy North. And likewise for viewpoint 2, a minor horizontal extension to the consented Strathy North turbines. Viewpoint 3, the same. Viewpoint 4, the same. Again, it's the emphasis and analysis of it appearing as an extension to Strathy North. That's very evident with the visual analysis, isn't it?
Yes.
Just want to ask you, viewpoint 6, which is on electronic page 160. This will be, just to point out, this is location where there would be a new element in the view, and there's no dispute between us on that. Viewpoint 7 on page 161. You or the author of the document points out here that they would be viewed as an extension to the consented Strathy North turbines would increase the horizontal spread of the turbines to the left as displayed on the viewpoint figure across the valley of the Strathy. So there's certainly a recognition that there will be that extension and it would be considered as extending across the valley.
Yes. Yes, I think the point I was making earlier was that there seems to be a point being made that act of extending to the east side of the Strath is somehow a tipping point which differentiates acceptability.
Well, I'll come back to that, but what certainly another point I thought you were making was that frankly there's not much distinction between either side of the valley from this viewpoint. There's not a great, the valley is an indistinct feature. There's no indication of that given in this analysis, is there? This is consistent. What conclusion you draw from it, you may disagree with, but it's consistent with the analysis that Gillian Pearson has undertaken, that there is that extension across the valley.
Yeah, as a fact, as I pointed out in relation to the figure this morning, the valley itself, valley of the River Strathy, is a relatively low key feature, and we do so much as that valley is discernible from 2.7, we do extend to the east of it, and I think that there's a difference between that and suggesting that there is a noticeable strath opposed to a valley of the strath. I think there is a distinction.
Well, I'm sure we could have an extensive debate about the extent of the valley of the Strath or the valley, but anyway, we'll leave that to one side. Just going on viewpoint 8 again, we have the same reference to minor extension to development at Strathy North, page 161. 9 and 10 I'm not, and 11 I'm not particularly interested in. But we see the same features. 16, 17 are 16 is dealing with views from the east, which I don't think we need to go to. Viewpoint 18. So sorry, now we're on electronic page 170. Again, we have the reference to the extension to Strathy North, which is the consistent theme throughout the analysis. And then it says this: the intervening topography would screen some of the turbines. The horizontal spread of the turbines skyline would be increased slightly to the left as displayed on the viewpoint figure. This would fill up the backdrop of the Strathy Valley and may add some sense of balance to the views up the valley, with the consented turbines appearing on one side only when viewed from this location. Now, that seems to be making an absolute virtue out of balancing the Strathy Valley from one side to the other.
I would just make the distinction that it is the backdrop to the valley rather than the valley itself. And I appreciate that might seem like a nuance, but I think it is the case that the valley itself is a relatively minor landform feature. We are talking about an area of sweeping moorland, and in those views from the north, there is an apparent valley, and I think that I would concur with what this is saying, that it's balance, it's filling that backdrop at the head of the apparent valley.
Well, I'd suggest to you from viewpoint 18, if you go there, the valley is not just apparent, I mean, it's quite real. You really do see it. And we'll come to viewpoint 18 to the visualization in due course. But almost at the head of the valley, and I can't remember which hill, but there's a rounded hill mountain in the far distance at the end of it, which if Strathy Wood is approved, there will be a turbine right in line with it. And I take your point that if you move 55 meters to the right, you might not have it right in line, with the tip of the turbine blade exceeding the height of the hill.
Yes.
We'll come back to that. But what I suggest you here, there's no indication in this analysis that the values are not particularly clearly expressed. Or it seems, and this is the main point I was wanting to put to you, it seems to me in your precognition at 1.3.8 and in your report, you're seeking to downplay the existence of the valley, which is not apparent from this initial analysis.
Well, I think there are a couple of aspects to it. One is I'm seeking to make the distinction between the landscape of a Strath, which is what you experience in Strathhollydale and Strathnaver, which is a much different type of landscape, a more enclosed landscape. Here we are talking about more continuity of moorland that does, this is clearly drained, and the hydrology influences topography, and there are valleys. There's no denial of the fact that there are valleys. It's making that distinction between what a strath is typically defined as, which is a broad, shallow valley with enclosure, and what is a valley cutting through sweeping moorland.
Well, again, thank you for that. I mean, I understand the difference. You can have steeply incised valleys and much broader valleys, but again, it's perhaps a matter just for the reporters to note, and if they have seen on their site visits, and if they're carrying out further ones, they can reconsider it. That's all I wanted from that document. We're going to move on to another document, so that would be a convenient moment, Ma'am, to finish for the midday break.
Yes, that's fine. We were hoping for a 1 o'clock stop, so that's 1:05. I think we'll just try and get back online again at 2 o'clock. And Graham will make arrangements to shut down the screen. So just as before, switch off the video and the mute, don't end the meeting. Okay, we'll see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you. I am just trying out some microphone and speakers. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, that's fine. I've just changed over. We're getting a wee bit of feedback from 2 sets of speakers. I think that's, just wait till Mr. Mason there. Ah, that's nice. Right, well, that's us 2 o'clock. I think we can just start off where Mr. Finlay left off in his cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mason, could we went through the 2013 EIA, and what I wanted to go to next was SNH's consultation response on that, which is CD 3.2.14. And it's page 4 of 7, electronic page 4 of 7, which deals with the landscape and visual impact.
Yes, I have that.
And so paragraph 3.5a, first sentence, the proposal has the potential to be accommodated in the landscape in which it is located, so that SNH and Highland Council and yourself are all on the same page as in that respect, and we covered that at the start of cross-examination. However, the adverse visual effects would arise from the contrast with nearby approved and proposed wind farms. These effects could be mitigated by reducing the scale of turbines to make them consistent with the approved Strathy North Wind Farm, up to 110 metres, located to the north. That certainly suggests that in terms of how they see the wind farms fitting one with the other, even at 145 metres, they consider that there's a jarring effect, i.e. that they don't think that they're positively suggesting reduction to 110 metres. They're more in the Highland Council camp, aren't they?
Well, yeah, well, that's the implication. Although they don't say specifically that they think that there's a jarring effect. I think they're it's a more generalised mitigation of reducing the scale.
And they go on to say comments about Strathy South, which if it wasn't consented, which it clearly has been, so could leave that. And then they recommend that turbines 6, 9, 18, 22 and 23 are removed. So that's not just being reduced in height, but being removed. And in order to understand where those turbines are, we needn't turn it up, but I think they're all to the east of the site, because the turbine numbers are different from the ones we currently have. If you were, just for your note, I think it's CD 1.1.1 C. Sorry, no, 1.1. 1.1J, apologies, and there's any number of page 5 of 43, for instance, will give you a layout plan showing which the turbine numbers are if you want to correlate the turbines. But
well, I have turbine numbers on here, and those turbines are not on the east side; they're on the west. They're on the southwest. I'm looking at.
I got my orientation wrong.
I think those turbines are the ones that are closest to Strathy South.
I'm not sure that's right. Perhaps we should turn to it just in case. If you go to 1.1.1.1J. And if you go to page 5, it should be figure 1.2. And the turbines we're interested in are 6, 9, 18, 22 and 23. And I apologise if my orientation is wrong. They're all the ones on the bottom left.
Yeah, that's an image at the bottom of the wind farm.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at it the wrong way around. You're right. That's the southeast.
The southwest wind farm.
Southwest. I was mistaking the view that this would be facing north, but in fact it's facing the other direction, isn't it?
I think it's shown more clearly on figure 3.2, where you can see the whole wind farm, which is electronic page 8.
Yeah, you're right. And north is to the top and south is to the bottom.
Yeah. 22 and 23 are the bottom left, the two
Yeah.
bottom, and then the others are in that group to the north of them. So that seems to be that SNH are favouring them being more closely associated with Strathy North rather than Strathy South. I think in the event that Strathy South was refused.
I'm grateful. Thank you for that. And then just coming back to 3.2.14.
Yeah.
There's a comment about cumulative impact that we'll see in a number of places, but it's not objecting basically on cumulative impact. It's just making the point that if all 3 wind farms are, certainly if 2 are consented, but and definitely if 3, then that will have wider capacity issues. But that's not a point against your application. I accept that. But as far as I can see. So that's what I wanted to do on the 2013 EIA. The 2015 can be taken slightly more quickly. And if we go to 1.2.1, should be 1.2.1a. And to summarise, at this stage, the proposal was there was a reduction in number of turbines, but that the
Sorry, which page are we on of this document?
well, if we go to page 6 out of electronic page 6 of 149, just to begin with, to orientate ourselves.
Yes, and there. Thank you.
But in general terms, what this was looking at was a reduction from 26 turbines down to 18, but no change in height.
No, actually.
Yeah, so if we can then move on to, in this document, to page 10. Just give me a moment. The wrong version of the document. Page 10 should have a heading consultation and design evolution.
Yes.
And it's summarised at page 11, mitigation through design evolution, paragraph A 3.3. And it's just to make the point, I think all the turbines that were removed or repositioned were due to primarily habitats or birds issues rather than landscape issues,
Yes,
visual impact.
yes, entirely other issues, aviation and ecology primarily.
Yeah. So it wasn't any, for instance, a response to SNH's comments or Highland Council's comments.
No.
Grateful. And then go to, I think that you'd go further on that vein. Then if we go to page 19, we should have the update on the landscape and visual chapter, which is A7. And if we go to the bottom of A7.2, that last paragraph on the page, we'll again see, not surprisingly, that the juxtaposition with Strathy North is considered, and they're being viewed as an extension to a consented wind farm. It's a similar phraseology to that which we were looking at before lunch. Then if we go over the page to page 20, we see under A7.3.3 reaction to consultation, effectively consultation, we see SNH, and it deals with the comment about removal of those turbines we were looking at, and you helpfully corrected where they were. But there's no response to the SNH's comment about height, as far as I can tell.
No, there doesn't seem to be a specific comment on that, no. But it's clarified that we don't consider that the removal of those turbines will reduce the landscape visual effect.
Yeah, and then, well, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. And then just trying to take it reasonably swiftly, go to page 21, we get any update on assessment, so in A7.5, and and one can see under landscape character, the conclusions are that the conclusions of the 2013 ES remain valid. It's the last phrase of the last sentence. And likewise, under visual effects, the conclusions remain valid. And that's not at all surprising. The turbines haven't changed the number. There's been a reduction. Sorry, reduction number, no change in height.
Yes.
And if we go to the, just so that, I think that's all I needed to go to look at that document. If we then go to the S&H response to that, it's 3.2.27. Sorry, 3.3.27.
Yes, I've got that.
And if you go to electronic page 6 of 6, again, pointing out effectively nothing, they don't actually deal with visual impact, they deal with wild land under 3A on that page, and they have a very similar comment about cumulative impact under 3B that we looked at on their previous response.
Yes.
Grateful. You can then move on to the 2019 EIA, which is 1.3.1B. And if we go to page 15 of 76.
On the second, no, that's not there yet.
Of course.
Okay, page.
Electronic page 15.
Yes.
Paragraph 8, 4.2 gives a summary of changes to project description. And in the second paragraph deals with the 2015 changes and ornithology matters. And then third paragraph begins, in general, the proposed development aims to keep the layout as similar as possible to the 2015 submissions. It's proposed to consist of 13 turbines up to 180 metres tip height. And then it goes through the key changes since the 2015 FEI. 18 turbines reduced to 13. We note at the bottom of page 1, turbine T19 has been moved west to address comments from THC in relation to landscape. So there has been some landscape or visual impact in that regard.
T19 was previously higher, and it's been moved to a lower elevation.
As I understand that the changes in numbers of turbines was due to ornithological matters. Yeah.
Yes.
So not landscape and visual matters.
No.
Then looking at the right-hand column of that page, we have the increased 180 metre tip height. And it says that it's increasing the tip height of the turbines balances the removal of 5 and makes comments about efficiency, current technology and market trend. Next bullet point has similar comments, but I think we've already agreed this in respect to 2013. There was no assessment of or specific assessment in the justification of the implications of moving from 145 up to 180, or considerations of where you might go in between. It's just presented as a fait accompli, wasn't it?
Well, that's a bit unfair. I think the implications were obviously tested internally. We were consulted prior to the change, and so the applicant needed to be satisfied that there wouldn't be a step change in the visual impacts as a result of the change. And we were able to advise that there wouldn't be, that the effects would be similar.
Well, the summary of the changes here appear to suggest it came about to maintain, because turbines were being lost for other reasons, the height was increased to not get you back to the same size of wind farm. It will vary slightly, but there's certainly no significant suggestion here of any landscape and visual input or exercise akin to the first one as to what height would be the most appropriate.
Well, I think that's because the driver behind the change was the fact that other constraints were directing a loss of certain turbines, and clearly it is a sensible thing to try to generate as much renewable energy from to contrast with your benefits, with your impacts, sorry, to maximise your benefits. And so whilst landscape was a driver in the design process, it was considered as part of that change. And I think what's described there is the reasoning behind the change, which is primarily related to the constraints that were being addressed in making those changes.
And then if we turn over the page to page 16, we see a table A4.1, which effectively summarises the changes in respect of the turbines, presumably with their original numbering, giving the reasons for the changes, and they are, I think, save for FY 19, which we've just discussed, primarily not to do with landscape and visual, but to do with other matters.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And then if we go on to pick up the equivalent chapter to chapter 7, it's at electronic page 25. We have the landscape and visual chapter.
Yes, I have it. Yeah.
And then we have some reaction to consultation responses. I think need to probably with 26. And then we go on to page 28 of 76, electronic page 28 of 76. We have the conclusions on landscape character. Again, taking those fairly swiftly, it's that the we go to the third paragraph in relation to the proposed development. Change in character will similarly occur in the context of the adjacent operational Strathy North turbines, and that the going to the end, the conclusions of the 2013 and 2015 FES and FEI remain valid. And likewise, if we go on to page 29 for visual effects, we have very similar wording. Well, I should take you to the bottom paragraph on bottom left-hand paragraph on page 29. Last sentence says, these illustrate that despite the increase in hub height and the increase in maximum tip blade height, the overall extent of theoretical visibility will undergo a very limited increase. That's looking at the overall area covered. Perhaps isn't that surprising given the surrounding topography. Then if we go to the bottom of that page, it just introduces a table A7.3, provides a comparison between the proposed development and the scheme assessed in the 2015 FEI. And if we go to that table, just picking up those viewpoints that are in like of interest to Highland Council, 2.4 and we can come back to this when we look at the viewpoints. It's a slight increased prominence in turbine blades. Go to the visualization we want. Wouldn't there be significantly more turbine hubs visible as well at 180 meters as opposed to?
I can't remember the. I can't remember without looking at the figures, but I believe that the bigger change was that the blade, it's mostly blades that can be seen. There was a more proportion of the blade visible.
Well, there'd certainly be hubs visible with a 180 meter proposal, wouldn't there?
There would, yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Finley. Can we go to the figure that you're talking about?
I'll do my best.
I think we need to go to two. Yes, we need to go to the 2015 on
the viewpoint 4 in the. I don't know whether you have the hard copy of the January 2021 most recent FEI to hand. And if you go, viewpoint 4 is figure D, and figure D3 shows you a wire line with the numbered turbines. And you can clearly see, although it's a quite small scale, hubs of various turbines on that. And I'd suggest to you, you can only just see the hubs, that it's fairly apparent without having to go to the equivalent 2015 FEI, that those hubs would not have been apparent or as apparent in the 2015 FEI. You may want to check that. I haven't done that analysis.
Given that the hubs are virtually on the horizon, then it is likely that there are more hubs in this view, but believe that I'm happy to check.
Of course. That's back to 1.2.1a. And it's 1.2.1a, I think electronic page 81 of 149 gets you the equivalent wireline.
I'm wondering if I could help actually. I think if you go back to the previous page, you will see in the key, it tells you how many hubs can be seen, and you'll see an equivalent for the 2019, which might be an easier way of doing it than trying to gaze at wire lines, I suspect.
Great to know, friend. If you could point out where it does say, then I'm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, in the report itself.
So if you put figure D1.
Sorry, you've all lost me now. Which document we're talking about?
Sorry, I was looking at the 2015 FEI, so it's volume 1 of that, which is core document 1.2.1a, and I was looking at page 80 of 149, which is the map, and it's also the key with the information on it. And you'll see if you look there, amongst other things, fourth bold headline down, you see it says predicted wireframe visibility, Strathy wood only, and then the second line there is number of turbine hubs visible 9, and you'll find the equivalent on effectively, certainly if you look at the 2019 FEI. Now I'm looking at my hard copy, I'm afraid, on that, but it's figure A712A in the FEI, so you can see. I'm not trying to lead anybody. I'm just trying to. I was hoping to be quicker, actually, Mr. Finley, but I'm sorry if I slowed things down.
No, that's extremely helpful. That's a very useful. I hadn't picked that up, but that is indeed very helpful. There are 10 visible in the 2019, and there's 9 visible in the 2050.
Yeah, so just one more visible. I think that's largely because large extent of the increase in tip height is arrived at by longer blades rather than taller hubs.
Grateful, thank you. Right, I need to then go back to 1.3.
1.2.
Yeah, 1.3 point. Yes. So that's 1.3.1.2 or 1.31b, 1.31b, and we were at page 30 of 76. We looked at viewpoint 4. And in trying to summarise these, for instance, if one looks at 6 and 7, which are viewpoints of concern to Highland Council, your analysis is that there's a slight increase in prominence due to the increase in height, and that would be viewpoint 8 as well. That's a point, again, just trying to analyse a point of difference between the parties, the extent of difference that would make, whether there's only a slight increase in prominence, and the extent to which they're prominent is a difference between the parties.
Yes, well, it is, and effectively, the judgment remains the same. The judgment's been consistent throughout our assessment. So, for example, at viewpoint 6, we're indicating that it's a small change to a moderate sensitivity receptor, resulting in a minor to moderate significance effect, which is not significant. Now, in reality, whilst a 50%, sorry, 100% increase, sorry, my sentence is wrong here. An increase to 180 from 130, from 145 is a large increase in relation to the turbine itself. In a view from 12 kilometres away, that additional 40 metres or so, 45 metres, does not register as a very different size of object.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you about one thing. I think it's a 35-metre increase in height in your favour, but whether that's perceptible and how perceptible that is at distances is absolutely between us.
Yes.
But just coming to a point, which I'm going to give you one chance to comment on and then move away from it. You and Gillian Pearson agreed that the baseline is the position without turbines. That's what you have to assess the impact against.
Yes, exactly.
But when you look at this, one could be forgiven from thinking that you've been, in this exercise, you've been comparing the conclusions from 2013 and 2015 rather than comparing the impact with the baseline. I can understand why you reject those criticisms, but I simply put this to you that to the reader, it's not crystal clear what's been going on. You need to go back to those documents. As I say, I don't think there's a point of substance between you. It's presentational.
Yes, but I think it is clear, sufficiently clear, that what we are saying is that there's no change to the conclusions. We say that in black and white. There is no change to the conclusions made in 2013, 2015. We're not at all saying that there is no change to the landscape, no change to the view.
No, but it's the slight increase in prominence due to the height. The commentary is all about the difference between the two, rather than comparing 180 metres turbine with something that's not there before. Your commentary is all about comparing the 180 metre turbine with a 145 metre turbine.
Yes, but it's a commentary made explicitly under a table which is labelled comparison of visual effects at each viewpoint, which is clearly comparing this assessment to another assessment, not making an assessment in its own right.
Yeah, as I say, I'm not going to go too far on this, but that's the nature of Ms. Pearson's comment. I think that when you're introducing a significant or a turbine that's materially larger, which I think we're agreed it is, I won't use the word significant because that has connotations, but a materially larger turbine, one would have expected to find somewhere in the FEI a comparison with the baseline, whereas what we have is a comparison with the earlier position, which can then be compared to the baseline. Is that fair?
I hear the point exactly. I accept that all things being equal, it would have been better to have distinct assessments of each scenario. But at the same time, I don't think that if one reads all of the documentation carefully, I don't think there is. I don't think it's misleading I think it is clear that we have assessed each iteration. It's simply a presentational issue that you're referring to. And if somebody was to not read the full documentation, then it might be confusing.
Right. Well, I'm not going to take that any further because we're all agreed as to what the baseline is, and provided the reader's aware of the point, it goes no further than that. What the point of substance. Right, and then just to go forward and look at the equivalent impact on cumulative effects. If we go to electronic page 35, we're looking at the cumulative effects between existing and consented developments. And if you go to the fourth paragraph, you'll see the paragraph begins, it's the bottom paragraph on the page, the pattern of cumulative landscape. Do you have that?
Yes.
And then the third sentence beginning the third line down, the difference in turbine height between the schemes, whilst perceptible, will not be obvious. Now, I'm not going to ask you to do it, but if you were to go back and compare that with the with your description in the 2013 EIA, you are accepting that the difference in turbine heights will be certainly more perceptible than it was comparing it with a 145 metre turbine.
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, it would be more perceptible. There is more difference.
Perception is not necessarily about fact. It will be perceived as being the differences in height will be the greater difference in height will in fact be perceived. What the point I'm putting to you.
At times it will. I think at other times it won't be, because in large scale complex landscapes, I have as somebody with almost 20 years of experience of assessing wind farms, when I am out in the field looking at all the cumulative schemes, the number of times I completely misread the scale of turbines, even if when I know how tall they are, I mistake them for all the schemes because they look smaller or they look larger. It is very difficult to judge relative scales of large-scale commercial turbines in large landscapes, in my experience. So there will be instances where juxtaposition is such that there is more clarity of the difference. But in general, I'd submit that they are difficult to perceive. Scale is difficult to perceive.
Right. Well, again, I think that's a matter, well, we've already identified with, disagreed about that. SNH, I don't think I double check, didn't wish to go anything further in that document, but the look at SNH's response, firstly at 3.4.18. So I think was their second response. There was a change not to do with landscape and visual impact from their first response. And it's electronic page 4 of 17. It's really just to make sure I don't miss out anything. Sorry. It's page 4 of 4.
Yes.
Again, they comment on the wild land and the cumulative impact, not on the visual impact alone. There was then a further response in late November, which is at 3.5.2. And if you could turn to that. And if we go to the bottom of electronic page 2, says the assessment appears to justify the proposals as being an extension to the operational Strathy North wind farm, and that's clear, and we've seen that. The FEI report states the proposal be viewed as an extension or relatively minor extension. Whilst we wouldn't have agreed there is some capacity at this location, the scale of the revised proposal and the addition of lighting close associated from Strathy North scheme in most views means that this approach does not address the key issue. That's leaving aside the lighting point, which is a standalone point. That's really repeating their first consultation response, which drew attention to the disparity in height between Strathy North and the proposal. But it's got worse from their point of view because it's now 180 metre proposal rather than 145 metre.
Yes, well, that is what they're saying. But they haven't objected.
And we know what, yeah, well, SNH objecting, you and I both know, Mr. Mason, that SNH won't object unless it reaches a scale of national significance. And there are many examples of wind farms which they haven't objected to, which have been turned down on landscape and visual grounds, some of which SNH may have commented on, some of which they may not have commented on. But if you go to the next paragraph, having set out the differences in turbines, they say we consider that in these views, that's the views, I think, from the north, and along the A836, the different turbine heights, rotor sizes and rotation speeds will be readily apparent. Now, SNH have an accumulated wisdom at least as long as yours in assessing wind farms, don't they?
SNH collectively, or the individual?
Yes. Yeah, well, SNH collectively, because this is SNH's response.
People will take different views. There is a subjective element to this, but I disagree with them. I think that, as I set out earlier, the different turbine heights, rotor sizes, rotation speeds I don't think they will be readily apparent. I think
and they go on to say that the difference between the two wind farms, meaning that Strathy would not appear as an extension, but a wind farm in its own right. Now, you disagree with that too, but they are clearly of the same mind as Gillian Pearson, and this postdates her report. So her views formed before reading this response by SNH. It does suggest that certainly, which I think is a point you were making earlier, it may be quite possible for two reasonable people to differ on this, and it's up to the reporters to determine the difference. And that's the scenario we are in, as I understand it. We're not saying that Gillian Pearson's view is unreasonable, but it's just not one you agree with.
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. They give some more detail in the next paragraph, but I don't think I'm going to need to ask you about that. And I think their comments on lighting have to take into account that the latest FEI, which gives greater detail and maybe clarity as to the extent of lighting. And perhaps we could turn to that, which is CD 1.4.1. And page 4 of 69, I think we can take this document reasonably quickly, tells us what it's doing. It's providing an updated wildland assessment and further detail on the changes of aviation lighting in response to request, I believe. It's not going to primarily tell us much more about landscape and visual impact than the documents we've been looking at.
The main change in terms of landscape visual impact is the effect of Strathy South.
Yeah, and that's and that comes in at that's moved forward a stage in terms that it's an proposal being actively considered at the moment, but it's still undetermined.
Yes.
And let me just see if, yes, sorry, there were a couple of points I think we can take from this Mayor Sister report. Is if you go to electronic page 15 of 69, you'll see, should have table 1 at the top of the page.
Yes, I'm there now.
And that the first entry helpfully gives us a distance between Strathy North and Strathy Wood of 425 metres.
Yes.
Which is in the order that I was putting to you earlier. And then if you go to the next page, page 16, under Strathy South, we can see that that distance there is just under 2 kilometres at 1.9 kilometres.
Yes.
And that's again consistent with the point we were making earlier. There's more of a gap between those two. Grateful for that. Sorry, this one, we made progress elsewhere, so just need to put every point to you. Yes, perhaps we go to page 31 of 69 and just complete looking at the cumulative effects, first of all looking at landscape and then visual impacts. Landscape effects dealt with at 6.1 onwards, and 6.2 we're looking at scenario 2, that is with Strathy South up to 200 metres. And no significant change is the conclusion there. Effectively, as I understand it, that's the same, trying to summarise it briefly, that's the same conclusion for visual impact as well. There's no significant change.
That is correct, broadly, yes.
So there are, and I think both you and Gillian Pearson recognise there are some changes, but there's no significant changes.
There are changes to the prominence of wind turbines as a whole, but brought about by Strathy South, particularly from the east, I'd say.
Particularly for the east, yes.
Yeah.
Because when they appear on the horizon, which they wouldn't have appeared before.
Well, but they appeared as tips, blade tips previously, and they now appear more fully. So, yeah. So,
and the point is, at the moment, making that comparison, we don't know whether it will be approved, and if so, whether it will be approved in the current form.
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you. That rather lengthy exercise over. Could we come back to your recognition? And go to 1.3.7 and come back to the issue of stacking. To stack or not to stack, that is the question, possibly. But you draw attention to the Galticlay wind farm decision, which I think certain members listening into this call were all involved in, which is CD 20.44. And perhaps I can ask you to turn that up briefly, if I can. And you quote two paragraphs. Firstly, it's 3.87, which is electronic page 46. I think. No, it's not. The consideration of that later on, it's electronic page 51. But as I understand it, this forms if you go back to electronic page 46, this is in the main points for the applicant. So this is not a reporter's conclusion, as you suggest. It's actually a reporter's summary of your submission. So it's Mr. Mason agreeing with Mr. Mason. I think Ms. Pearson's done the same thing, which will come to in due course, but 387 is part of a record of your submissions, I think. Probably Mr. Fraser's submissions, successful as they were. Are you happy to accept that?
Yeah, that does appear to be the case. Yes.
I mean, it's a small point. There we get the reporter's reasoning starts at electronic page 55, paragraph 319, and to get to the second passage you quoted, I don't have the electronic page number for that to hand. It's page 68.
Page 68.
Yeah, electronic page 68 goes on. His reasoning is lengthy on the subject. He makes a general point, which we wouldn't disagree with, that stacking or spacing effects are inevitable from some points for most wind farms. And his finding was that the effects weren't disproportionate at any viewpoint. But I'd suggest to you that you can't simply dismiss stacking and overlapping as inevitable. There will be some cases where stacking and overlapping is such that you should that it will be a significant disbenefit of the proposal.
I would agree, and I don't think I did dismiss it. I think what I was saying was that designing to avoid it from specific viewpoints, and if you then consider that you have designed it out, you'll be wrong, because you move along the road and you'll be there again. So I'm not dismissing it, and if there are occasions where it can be designed out from key viewpoints, sure, but it's not as easy as that generally.
Yeah, well, just like to see what S&H say in their guidance on the subject. That's CD 11.8. And if you go to page 5 of 50 to begin with, we have the chapter wind turbine design and layout.
So which page are we?
So it's just 5 of 50 to orientate ourselves as to the chapter, and then move on to 10 of 50. The first passage I want to put to you is, you see paragraph 2, under paragraph 217 on page 10 of 50, there are a series of these interesting sketches that S&H come up with. And in between the two, it says increase in wind turbine height is not very noticeable within moorland landscape. And there's clearly a reference to the illustrations above, due to lack of size indicators. Nevertheless, there may be a threshold at which larger turbines no longer seem to directly relate to the local area of moorland. One of the issues in this case is that Strathy North turbines do provide a scale indicator or a size indicator, don't they? It's not as though you're putting Strathy's wood into a virgin moorland, you're putting it into a moorland with a scale indicator. That is the Strathy North turbine.
That's true, but in views from the north, which are some of the ones that we are most concerned with, the fact is that despite Strathy Wood being larger turbines than Strathy North, they are a distance further away. So that the closest Strathy North turbines and the closest Strathy Wood turbines don't look very dissimilar in size.
Well, again, we can agree to disagree about that, but they are scale indicators. If we then go on in the document to page 12 of 50, again, just to orientate ourselves before moving on to the next page, we see a heading towards the bottom of the page, turbine layout and array. And then if you go on to paragraph 229 on the following page, it says irregular layouts can be more appropriate in landscapes of variable elevation and pattern. And layout's not a particular criticism in this case. However, irregular forms pose a greater challenge in terms of achieving a simple image. So turbines will interact in varying ways as well as with each other as well as with the underlying landscape. This can result in negative effects such as uneven visual densities of wind turbines, overlapping and turbine rotors, often termed stacking, partial screening behind a skyline and turbine outliers separate from the main group. All those factors are clearly, first of all, negative factors and are considered to be of some potential importance, at least by SNH as they then were, Nature Scott as they are now.
Yes, in an ideal world, you would have as little of that as you can achieve. And I don't believe there is a greater than expected amount of that happening in the layout of Strathy Wood.
If we then go on to page 29 in the document, this is looking at designing landscapes with multiple wind farms, which is clearly the territory we're in. And paragraph 4.4 is of relevance. I'm not going to read it all out, but SNH make the general point in the fourth line that there should be a similarity of design and wind farm image. And then they have their sketches below, and the right-hand sketch says additional wind farms and their sketch contrast in pattern, scale and relationship, creating a confusing image and questioning the relationship of original development to its surroundings. Again, these are all sketches and they're not meant to, they come with significant caveats, but if the reporters were to conclude that there was a significant difference in scale or perception of scale at a number of viewpoints to the north, you would be in the territory of that box furthest to the right, wouldn't you?
I would say that those sketches are particularly unhelpful because the three to the left are all unrealistic, and what they're effectively showing lines of turbines at different distances. And what we currently have with Strathy North is more akin to the right-hand image, and what we will have with the combination of Strathy Wood and Strathy North is something akin to what you can currently see with Strathy North, which is that there is a wind farm with depth to it going away from you as viewed from the north, with a variety of sizes of wind turbines as a result. And the larger turbines at Strathy Wood, whilst they are further south, and the perspective corrects the scale difference. And I think that there is a close similarity of scale, perceived scale, as a result.
Well, I'd suggest to you that they're so close that as in the view of SNH and Gillian Pearson, that as if they would be perceived as separate wind farms. I'm sure the reporters are well aware of our rehearsed positions on that. If we come to two more references in this document, electronic page 31, where it deals with the relationship between wind farms. Just introducing the factor, if you go over the page to page 32, leaving aside I want to look at the third sketch along, not that the sketch in particular, because as you say, these are to a certain extent unrealistic. But the commentary says, although no clear area of space between the wind farm groups, distinction highlighted due to contrasts of turbine scale and layout creates visual complexity. Certainly there's more risk of visual complexity the closer two wind farm proposals are to each other.
Yes, I would agree. If the closer, I think when viewing from the north, if you imagine a Strathy North with less turbines in it that was further closer to Strathy Wood, without the closest turbines that look the largest, then there would be more of that effect. But that's not what we have. We have Strathy North in itself appears to have turbines at different scales, even though they're all identical scales, because of perspective.
Well, okay, we know we are respective positions on that. Let's go on to 411. A key factor determining the cumulative impact of wind farms is the distinct identity of each. This relates to their degree of separation and similarity of design. And I would imagine that's common ground between us. It's how you apply that in this particular case. Because they go on to say in the fourth line, a wind farm, if located close to another of similar design, may appear as an extension, which is your case. However, if it appears at least slightly separate and of different design, it may conflict with the other development. And that's that neatly sums up the difference between us, doesn't it?
It does, but I would contend that we have to take into account that the direction from which you are viewing the respective wind farms alters how you perceive them. And in this instance, the key views identified by the Highland Council in their consideration do provide different aspects on the wind farm. So those views from the southeast, there are different effects from those from the north, and I'd say that the reviews from further west as well, where you receive a very large grouping of wind turbines, which encompasses Strathy North, Strathy South, and Strathy Wood in the middle. It isn't as simple as it is presented here.
No, sadly, nothing ever is. Otherwise, we wouldn't be at inquiry. And lastly, on this document, you go to page 33 of 50, electronic page 33 of 50, in paragraph 416. Their general guidance is that extensions use turbines which are compatible with those in existing wind farm, including aspects of scale, form, colour, and rotation speed. And then generally the design rationale, the original wind farm should not be eroded. And again, that's general advice. It's a question of how it's applied in this particular circumstance. See you nodding. Grateful. We can leave that document, but still with a point on stacking, I just want to pick up one comment of yours in your report. Page 25 of your report. And you're commenting on part of wildland submissions.
Sorry, which page of my report? Sorry again.
25. I don't have the electronic page number because I'm looking at it in hard copy, but it may be the same.
So it's in the table.
Yes, it's in the table.
It's electronic page 26.
I'm grateful, thank you, Mr. Mason. If you go to the bottom box of the table, you're looking at viewpoint 8 on Strathy, and Wildlang make a criticism about overlapping and stacking. And we look to your response in the right-hand box. The stacking and overlapping of turbines that is evidence from this viewpoint is largely attributable to the existing Strathy North scheme. There have been no stacking and only limited overlapping as a result of the proposed development. Perhaps just have a brief look at viewpoint 8 with that comment in mind. All my references to viewpoints are by reference to the most recent FEI, so that's 1.4.1, probably B. No, it's 1.4.1 and it's figure 8, it's AA. We're looking at it electronically. If you're looking at it in hard copy, need to get to figure H3 is probably the best figure. And certainly, looking at that figure, one can see that there is indeed stacking and overlapping from Strathy North. That will be certainly reinforced by the introduction of Strathy Wood, would it not?
Reinforced?
Yeah, the extent of stacking and overlapping would be reinforced because in part you've got wind turbines from Strathy Wood that sit aside or apart from that extend Strathy North, but those that, and there's some stacking and overlap, well, there's some certainly overlapping between those wind turbines, but there's also overlapping and stacking between Strathy Wood and Strathy North.
I think that the overall group is consistent. So there's an existing grouping of turbines where there is overlapping and stacking, and there will still be overlapping and stacking within the overall group. But I don't think that. I think it's true to say that Strathy Wood does not create new stacking. There are no turbines that are directly in line with each other from this view. There is some overlapping.
I think that probably us done with stacking. Coming back to your recognition, the you make a point in 1.311 about the reporter who looked at the Strathy South scheme. I thought if we could have a brief look at that, his report, which is CD 20.28. And it's obviously important to bear in mind that he was looking at a scheme with a maximum tip height of 135 metres. So it would actually, there'd be smaller turbines than the ones you're proposing. And certainly from the north, further away from a viewer.
Yes.
If we go to electronic page 28, we should have the landscape and visual impact chapter. And you'll see that, I think if you go to the fourth bullet point, it makes it clear as it is elsewhere that it was dealt with by written representations. So it wasn't a key feature of the inquiry beforehand. And if you go to electronic, yeah, that's made clear paragraph 3.6 on page 20, electronic page 29. And we can see at electronic page 30 that the representations express the following objections. And it would appear that the fourth bullet point is the one that may be most relevant for consideration in this case. That's visual impact along the Melvick to Tun and Melvick to Helmsdale roads. I think the other ones are either broadly similar or are different in context. Then if one goes to page 36, electronic page 36, and paragraph 339, you'll have SNH's position. I don't think Highland Council took part in this aspect of it. In fact, I don't think they took part in any aspect of it. The inquiry dealing primarily with ornithological matters. And one could see that they in paragraph 340, you'll see that the SNH didn't have a landscape objection as such. They say that, and although they refer to other wind farms at the end of paragraph 340, they don't suggest a significant additional cumulative impact with other wind farms. And then at 343, you see very similar wording to that which we've seen in their responses to this wind farm inquiry we were looking at earlier about the overall capacity in the northern, along this part of the northern coast. And then 344, that it didn't object on anticipated landscape or visual impacts, including cumulative impacts. So SNH weren't objecting, nor did they appear to have any significant concerns similar to those they've expressed in this case. Is that fair?
Well, my view would, well, that is a fair reflection of what they are saying here. Well,
thank you.
I don't believe that means that the view on Strathy Wood is different to their view on this. I think it's just a different author with a different subjective view on it.
That's a dangerous line to go down, I'd suggest, Mr. Mason. We can only take SNH's response for that which they've given. We go to the reporter's findings, which begin at electronic page 38. And I just want to he deals with the point about the impact on roads at electronic page 41 at 365. He says he agrees that there'll be limited impacts on the leg tongue to Melvick and Helmsdale to Melvick roads. I think that's looking at standalone impact. And then he deals with cumulative impact at electronic page 42. And at 374, he does sign some sequential impacts. I think he's dealing with first of all deals with the Betty Hill turbines, which are some significant distance away, and then Strathy North, Bailey Hill and Force. Bailey Hill and Force are a lot further east. He considers that his conclusion is that any sequential landscape and visual impacts would not be significant for a number of reasons, including the existence of Strathy North. And then 375 he says this, picking up on the fifth line, the combination of these three, north, south and wood, would extend the north-south array of turbines from close to Strathy to some 15 kilometres inland. From the north and south, this would have the effect of increasing the density of turbines. From east and west, it would be to elongate the presence of turbines in the landscape. Furthermore, the combination of these three wind farms would increase the visual impact from the 836 near Borgie to a significant level, as they would become more prominent along the skyline. From these locations, I consider there would be significant landscape and visual impacts. And then one sees a summary of findings at 377. I was just looking at your report again, where you say that there would be localized significant effects on the cumulative presence of the three schemes. The overall landscape and visual effects would be acceptable. Quite sure he's suggested the latter, had he? He certainly found that the adding Strathy South at 135 to Strathy North, Strathy Wood, would not give rise to a reason for refusal or unacceptable impacts. But I'm sure you can gain a great deal of support about the implications from Strathy Wood from what he said.
I think you can infer that he's identified correctly that the pattern of effects, as he describes, from the north and from the south, the addition of Strathy South and Strathy Wood to Strathy North is that there is a greater density of turbines that you're looking through when you are able to see those developments. And that from the east and the west, the long, almost 15-kilometre long, large wind farm, effectively, Strathy South forming the southern extent, Strathy North the northern extent, Strathy Wood a relatively small component within in the middle. And he describes those accurately. That is how the three wind farms will be experienced in the landscape. And he describes that fully. And I don't think there is a nowhere is it stated that it's either or Strathy Wood or Strathy South, or
I'm not suggesting that to you, Mr. Mason. All I'm suggesting is that he hasn't been directing his attention at the particular issues that divide you and Highland Council in this case, and Highland Council and SNH, about whether Strathy Wood and Strathy North would present as two effectively separate wind farms or as just a mere continuation. He's taking them as a given and then looking to see what the addition of Strathy South to that would be.
Yes, but at the same time, Strathy at the time, Strathy Wood was even though the differential was not as great as it is now, it was there a difference between 110 metres and 145 metres. It's not mentioned, and I believe that's the case, is that the scale of the landscape here is such that the individual turbine sizes are less of a material consideration.
Well, we can perhaps agree this, that the distances we're talking about, the difference in scale between a 135 metre turbine and a 145 metre turbine might well be difficult to appreciate once you're over 5 or 6 kilometres. It's a different beast altogether, considering the difference in scale between 135 and 180, 110 and 180.
If they are certainly close, that's correct.
Mr. Finlay, I don't want to interrupt your train of thought. I'm just conscious the witness has been answering questions for an hour and 20 minutes now. What do you reckon to a break? Is there a natural point perhaps in your question?
Indeed it is. Time flies when one's enjoying oneself, but or not, as the case may be. But yes, and just to sort of update you and particularly my learned friend as to where I've got to, I just want to go through some of the viewpoints, which may take about 15 or 20 minutes, and hopefully all one would need for that is the subject to perhaps 2 short points is the volume of documentation of the most recent FEI visualizations. Because I'm conscious that I've said on a number of occasions to Mr. Mason, I'll come back and look at the visualizations in due course. So yes, I will hopefully be only about 20 minutes more when we resume. And hopefully that would allow Mr. Mason to be finished this afternoon. I don't know how many questions you or my learned friend may have, and when you intend to stop.
Well, let's just take a very short break then, just enough to get away from the screen for a few minutes, just till 3:30, and we'll resume it at 3:30. Thank you. Oh, that's 3:31 on my computer clock. Mr. Mason yet? Oh, okay, so carry on and we'll see if our goal was always to finish at 4 if we possibly can, but we'll just check around 4 o'clock, see how much business we've still to get through and make a decision as to whether or not we extend our timing just a little bit today and finish Mr. Mason's evidence fully, or if we make a judgment call and put things off till tomorrow. So back to you, Mr. Finlay.
I'm grateful. So, Mr. Mason, what I'm going to try and do now is work through your table 2 in your report. So that's the order I'm taking things in by reference to the visualizations in the most recent FEI. And I'm not going to put every dispute to you. Try and pick a flavour. Viewpoint 7 on, so looking at the first page of your table 2 of your report, which may be electronic page 39, but is hard copy page 38. And so if we have that, and if you have open figure G3 in that documentation, which is 1.41, for those looking at it electronically, figure G is 1.41Z.
The viewpoint 7.
2.7, yeah. And when you've all got that, there are a number of differences in this viewpoint, but I'm just going to pick up on one of your comments and under applicant's response was that you say this would not give rise to a confusing layout of turbines. Well, it's obviously going to be a matter for the reporters to judge, but if you look at either the wireline, the montage on top, or if you go on to figure G5 to look at the, figure G6 to look at the 7.5mm focal length, I'd suggest to you that it could quite properly be described as a confusing layout of turbines from that viewpoint.
I guess it depends what you mean by confusing. I mean, is the current view of Strathy North is one where you have groupings of turbines. Some of them are overlapping, some of them aren't. And I think that the addition to that array is similar in character. So,
I'm going to then move on, not going to spend too long on these, I'm going to move on to viewpoint 19. So that's the next page in your table. And viewpoint 19 is figure F, and that is 4.1 1.4.1 LL for those looking at it electronically. This is Strathy Point. And if we go to figure S3, I think both of us are agreed that there's a significant impact at this location. The dispute is whether you say the difference in size between Strathy North and the proposed development would not be especially noticeable or notable. I suggest to you that, in contrast, it would be, and for two reasons. One is that you have the scale comparison with Strathy North, but also you have the turbines from Strathy Wood, or some of them sitting in front of the two background hills, which are Ben Graham Beg and Ben Graham Moor, I believe, which again also act as scale indicators. And taken together, there would be a noticeable difference between the two.
I wouldn't agree that the two distant mountains are scale indicators in so much as differentiating between Strathy North and Strathy Wood.
That's just, I mean, only because the blade, just to explain to you why, and I apologize if I interrupted you, the blade tips will, viewed from this point, will exceed the height of those two distant mountains. And I accept that they're a significant further distance away, but it's taking in the panorama as a whole. It's a combination of factors, and I'd suggest to you that there would be a noticeable difference from that point.
Well, equally, that there is distant terrain behind Strathy North. It's not a peak, but there is distant terrain at the same distance, approximately the same distance as those two peaks. I don't think that there's going to be a scale differentiation caused by that distant topography. I think the wind turbines will be seen as a middle ground element, and they are background elements, and I don't think that's a scale differentiator.
We then come to viewpoint 8, which is dealt with on the same page, and that's figure H, which is 1.4.1 AA. The first thing I have to ask you is a technical question, or ask you for a technical explanation. You, on electronic page 41, hard copy page 40 of your table, you suggested there's some error in turbine numbering. And so if one looks at figure H3, are the turbine numbers on that correct? I wasn't quite sure where the error arose.
I only realised the error that I was pointing out doesn't follow the whole suite of this viewpoint. So if you turn further through the document to viewpoints, sorry, so figures H7 and H8, which are the zoomed in monochrome views, you'll see that there's a different set of numbers there. So
that's very helpful, because I couldn't work out what the mistake was with these ones. So these
I couldn't work it out either at the weekend. I was scratching my head for a while before I realised.
So these are correct. It's only those latter two that are incorrect.
Yeah.
I'm grateful. And then, so coming to your comment in the box above that, you say it's not clear what is meant by the statement that Strathy Wood turbines would extend the existing cluster rather than consolidate it. If you look at figure H3, I'd suggest to you really is very clear that whilst the impact of Strathy Wood is to clearly extend the wind farm significantly further to the east, particularly when you look at, I think, that cluster of 6 turbines where you see blade tips, or 5 turbines, right at the eastern extremity of that wire line.
I think what I'm not sure about is meant by consolidate, because consolidation of a cluster needn't necessarily mean that it is all within the cluster. I'm assuming that it's a reference to the fact that Strathy Wood is extending the grouping across to the east. But
yeah. And can I then just take you to keeping that figure open if you can, refer you to the report of handling, which is CE 2.1 at 10:55 to 57. And also to make a note, because I can I can deal orally with the impact. These are the paragraphs that Mr. Fraser took you to in chief, where the author was expressing that if you reduce the heights of certain turbines, then Highland Council might have been able to support the proposal. And if you look at the comments in 1057 on viewpoint 8, what they're suggesting are removals of turbines 15 and 13 and height reductions for 8, 5, 3, and I think 19, because it also goes with the table above. If you take those together, what effectively the author's saying is that if you lower the turbines that are on the left-hand side of the wireline or the eastern side, so they're either below the skyline or not nearly as significant, that would be a significant improvement for that point. Whilst I take your point that that is a site-specific location, if you lowered those turbines so that they weren't visible from that point, that's likely to have a similar impact over a much wider area, is it not? It's not trying to reduce stacking, it's trying to...
Well, what I would say is that if you took that approach and went to each viewpoint and tried to tidy up and limit the extent of the wind farm, different turbines would be affected each time, and you would end up with no wind farm.
Not sure that's entirely correct, because it's obviously going to be a matter for the reporters on site, but if you're looking at the combination of the reductions in 1055 with the further reductions in 1057, one sees that it's the same wind turbine numbers that come up again and again from different viewpoints. Sometimes they're different, but mostly it's quite often those turbines 3, 15, 13, 9, 8 and 5, with one or two others that come up on a number of occasions. And I'd suggest to you that that's an indication that whilst they're made by reference to particular viewpoints, the lowering of those turbines would have a material impact in the round, not just from those specific viewpoints. Well,
it would clearly reduce the extent of the wind farm, and it would reduce the effects. Now that's different to is the wind farm as illustrated unacceptable? Are the impacts as illustrated by the visualizations unacceptable? So clearly you can always make something less prominent than there's always some, you can always make something smaller. But my view would be that as designed and as submitted and as illustrated, it is the effects are acceptable. And the other point which I made this morning was that the point is made that viewpoint 7 is where this extension of the turbines eastward is most clearly expressed, and most of the turbines that achieve that extension east in that view aren't amongst the ones that are being removed or lowered. So they would still be there. That eastward spread from viewpoint 7 would still be there.
Let's consider that point for a moment. Well, that's entirely correct. The ones I was putting to you were the 3, 15, 13, 9, 8 and 5. You go to viewpoint 7, 3, 15, 9, 8 and 5 are the ones to the left-hand side and east of that drawing.
But 13 and 15 are the only two that are supposed to be removed.
Yeah, and others reduced in height. I mean, you're very close to the wind farm from this point, but there are proposals for alterations for all those turbines. So, just to that your answer isn't a robust one.
Well, I disagree. The removal of turbines 13 and 15, the reductions in heights are pretty small that are proposed, because they've been calibrated to just drop specific hubs and trips below landforms. So there would still be that full extent. So turbine 3 is still there. So that full eastward extent of the extension from Strathy North would still be apparent.
Well, I think I've put my point to you. It's a matter that reporters can judge as to the impact of it. What I would say about viewpoint 7, which I think point Mr. Fraser put to you, that when you're that close to a wind farm, you're going to get significant impacts. You have turbines there at all. The more important impacts, I think we can agree, are from the more publicly accessible viewpoints in the vicinity of viewpoints 8, 18 and the like, in terms of the weight you put to impact from those viewpoints.
Well, I think my comments about viewpoint 7 come in the context of an acceptance by the council's witness that my commentary about the viewpoints from the north were accepted.
But now I'm not sure you again, Mr. Mason, are guilty of overstating what the council may have said about something and say your comments are accepted. What J.M. Pearson has said is that the appearance of the valley isn't as clearly expressed in the other viewpoints. She hasn't said she's accepted your points, has she?
Well, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to infer that she did, but the point was that the critique of the wind farm and the commentary about which turbines should be removed or lowered made in the context of there being a design problem of wind farm extending eastward to the other side of the Strath. And so my comments about the that it isn't a distinct Strath are what was accepted. But the residual effect was that viewpoint 7 was where there was still an issue. And yet that viewpoint 7 is where that issue wasn't addressed by these changes, was the point I was making.
I don't accept your categorization, Mr. Mason, but in any event, it's an overall, the decision to object is an overall decision, taking into account the impacts from the differing impacts from a number of viewpoints. And as we've gone through, it's primarily about the difference whether there's going to be one wind farm or two perceived at that point, as well as whether the extent to which Strathy would extend Strathy North over the Strath. But we've covered that in some detail. But if you want to say something new on it, do it. Otherwise, we'll move on.
I wasn't going to say something new, but just to reiterate that whether you see it as there being an issue with being perceived as two wind farms or with extending across the Strath, I believe that the scheme, the criticism is not correct, and I believe that there is assimilation of the schemes such that it does appear as an extension.
I think we've been to viewpoint 18. I think the last few points I want with that. I think the last few points we should look at, perhaps go back to viewpoint, we looked at viewpoint 4, I think viewpoint 16, which is the Orsenard Trail. Orsenane Trail, sorry, not Orsenard. Just the one point I want to ask about here is we're here at electronic page 44, hard page 43 of your table 2. And in your first full paragraph, beginning the viewpoint is located along the A897. You talk about hubs, and then you just say about 6 lines down, the proposed turbines will be distant features more than 15 kilometres. It appears similar in size and scale to the consented Strathy South turbines. When visibility is below good, they would not be visible. On this basis, we consider the visual effects would not be significant. It's just a short point, but you can't, when you say on this basis, do you mean on the basis that if visibility is below good, they would not be significant, but if visibility is good, they would be significant? That's the way it reads.
Yeah, which was the paragraph reference? Because I've got so many documents open that I lost my
Of course, let me
file.
say it's your report, page 40, electronic page 44.
Yeah.
And it's the right-hand column, and it's the first full paragraph beginning the viewpoint is, and it's the last, I think, 3 sentences I was directing your attention to.
No, to clarify, the final sentence on this basis relates to the whole paragraph, not just to the commentary about the visibility in the preceding sentence.
Because you would accept that you have to consider this on a worst case basis, which is when you do have good visibility.
Yes.
Great. Those were all my questions. I make it clear I'm not cross-examining in your table 3, because many of which is dealing with the criterion, because many of pretty well all the issues I would have cross-examined you about would simply have replicated those ones we've gone through earlier, and there would be extensive duplication. My apologies, that's taken slightly longer than I intended, but those are all my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Mason.
Well, the question is obviously at 10 to 4. Haywood and I have a few questions to ask Mr. Mason, and I don't know how much Mr. Fraser would want to come back in after that. So I'm wondering whether or not we make a decision now based on the 2 or 3 questions that we have and what Mr. Fraser envisages, whether or not we stop now just ahead of 4 o'clock and restart with this tomorrow morning. But it's really up to Mr. Mason. Obviously, he's taken the brunt of the questioning today, whether or not he's happy to have a break now or continue on now or restart tomorrow morning. But we're a wee bit uncertain. Maybe Mr. Fraser can give us an idea of how much he thinks he might come back.
Yes, ma'am. It's always a little difficult to judge, and I've been furiously flicking through my notes to try to work out, but I think it would probably be about possibly half an hour in the examination, if that helps you, ma'am.
I think that's possibly too long. I think we're learning that the importance of getting adequate rests from screen time during these virtual inquiries. With our questions plus another half hour, we'd be probably nearer 5 before we finish, and I think that's too long. I think these virtual inquiries are better if we stop at 4. So my inkling is to stop now and restart with questions, start afresh tomorrow morning at 9:30 with questions for Mr. Mason and then Mr. Fraser's re-examination. And then that would delay Ms. Pearson's evidence probably for an hour perhaps into tomorrow morning. Are the parties happy with that? I'm feeling we would be better fresh, coming to this fresh, I think.
I'm happy with that, ma'am. Mr. Mason will understand that he has to be in both real and virtual isolation, so to speak. So
yes,
he won't be in any contact with him.
Yeah, that's fine. You're aware of those rules. Are the other parties happy that we stop that a little bit shorter and make sure we come at this fresh tomorrow morning? Yep. Okay, I'm not getting anybody disagreeing, so that's fine. So we'll bring this to a halt at 5 to 4 and we'll reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow morning to pick up where we've left off. And just to remind you, you obviously can be joining the meeting at 9:15 onwards, and we can check all the technology that didn't quite work this morning is working a wee bit better for us tomorrow at 9:30. But thank you for your attention today. We've got through a lot, so it's been quite a good start. So thank you very much, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.